Hello stream, how are we doing? How are things? I have had some sleep. Amazing, I know, right? It's the 7th of June today, it's Friday. It marks literally an entire week since I've been back since the media tour, which was held in Potsdam in Germany. And it's been a long week. It's been a very long week. It's been a last couple of weeks have been long, to be perfectly honest with you. It's been a lot of stress, anticipation, anxiety, and time has been the main concern. It's been very difficult to fit everything in that I wanted to. I hope that my videos have actually done some benefit to someone somewhere. It's been very difficult to decide what to include and what not to include. But the purpose of this stream, for the most part today, we're running a little bit late in the day, is to just do a few hours of discussion about the various things that I've seen, that I've experienced, and also to take some questions from you guys in chat. We have both Twitch and YouTube live at the moment. And we're also on the benchmark, so we're just going to talk about things in comparison. We're probably going to look through some of my own videos and like pause our way through some of them to showcase some bits and pieces. So first of all, it must be said we were limited to as to what we could show. The limitations for the most part included time. So when it came to including footage, if you're somebody that's new to a media tour, this is my second media tour. Somehow I've been graced by Square Enix to be able to be included, so I'm very grateful to Square Enix for providing me with that opportunity. I don't know what I've done to deserve that, quite honestly. I don't think I'm a very good content creator for this scene, for Final Fantasy XIV, but I try my best, and that's all I can do, right? But I was very happy to be included, obviously, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to do as much as I could, and there's been a lot to learn from the experience, and things I would definitely try to learn from and improve on later, right? So we'll talk about that. Today, though, I am going to be joined by my good friend for over 20 years, probably longer than that now, James. You might have seen him on some other, or heard of him, rather, on some of our old Tea Time episodes. Back in the day, we used to do stuff together. So here is James. James is now live. Hello.
Oh, dear. Hi.
Oh, dear, hi. That's your intro. Oh, dear, hi.
I was listening to your stream, but you're delayed, aren't you? Between you here and Discord.
Not by deliberate reasons.
No. So you hadn't actually got through, you hadn't finished introducing. I'm like, oh, there's someone else on there.
Yeah, there's someone else on there. Oh wait, it's not me, it's the other. It's the other. Oh dear, hi. Yeah. That's right. Everyone's saying oh dear, hi.
It's my new catchphrase.
Oh dear, hi. That's a good one. So obviously I've got James on board because his reactions to a lot of the information that he got from a raider sort of perspective are a lot more interesting than just me with my it's okay, whereas a lot of things that I say it's okay, or I like this, he's gonna probably be the yin to the yang, or yang to the yin, I don't know, probably gonna be like, I hated this. So it's a good balance. So he speaks for people who are not happy. So we'll get to that in a moment. So yeah, what an experience though, honestly. And in real life, media tour, in person, let's just tab into this for a second. We're on the benchmark of Dawntrail. I thought that'd be a good backdrop as any, and then we'll also go through some footage and stuff as well and talk about things. But the entire experience for me was something that I can't really easily put into words. It was out of this world. I think that's one way of putting it. Very literally, they'd done an incredible job at Square Enix, and all of the associated staff and people that they'd hired for the whole thing had done a really fantastic job of making you feel like you were in Tural to begin with. So the event was hosted at the Biosphere in Potsdam, which is part of Germany in Berlin, right? Part of Berlin. just on the outskirts sort of thing. I think it's probably better known as Brandenburg, right? Because it's the Brandenburg Gate and places like that. But again, you know, yeah, if you didn't know that.
No.
Yeah. I went on a walk.
My knowledge of German geography is well, it's non-existent, let's be honest.
So my knowledge of German geography, especially with that, is as soon as I realized I was in Brandenburg, I was like, oh, I studied this in World War II in history. I was like, I know all of these places because most of them were, you know, bombed and have recovered over the years. So yeah, that's the only history I know, but it's basically Brandenburg, but it's called Potsdam. Very cool stuff. And yeah, so the actual event was, it's kind of, how do I explain what the biosphere is? It's a sphere. Well, it's not actually a sphere. It's a big building that has tropical wildlife and tropical plants in the same place with this huge, almost arboretum with a glass ceiling for the most part, with walkways that go like canopies between trees. And there are tropical plants and stuff, and there's different levels. And there are all sorts of birds in there, which you could hear on the interview if people watched that and went, why is there just bird noise? Why didn't Meoni edit this? Why is this interview taking place in a jungle? It's because it literally was. We were in a jungle, basically. That's the idea. And then they have conference rooms. And the conference rooms have the styling, if they want to, right, if the client wants to dress them appropriately for that jungle setting. So surprisingly, it's quite a big hit with various companies around the world. They come over to Germany, they go to Potsdam, they go to this place, and they host like, you know, little shindigs, events, parties and stuff like that. Venue, it's just like a venue, and there's like a conference place, but it's just a big open area. And the way they dressed it was palm trees everywhere. There was obviously like a bar, like a tiki bar, if you want to call it that. I don't know if that's the right way of calling it. Like, you know, like
Hawaiian bit, yeah. Like
a Hawaiian-y theme. It felt a bit like tropical. The tropical feeling. I don't know if that's the right way of describing it, but it was really good. There was a taco stand that was open the entire time. I didn't have any tacos because I was like, having tacos at an event like this where I'm playing a game and concentrating, I don't want to be going to the bathroom. So I neglected to have any tacos for the sole reason my stomach is not built like it used to be. I can't handle rich foods, right? So I was like, I will take a picture of said taco stand and that shall be it. So I included that in some of my footage, I believe, somewhere. And then it was obviously as much coffee as you imagine. Now, that's something I did partake in. There was like as much coffee or tea or whatever as you wanted on tap, basically. So I was like, yes, I will have all of the coffee. I think I went through 4 or 5 coffees over that 8-hour period trying to, you know, keep focused and things. So yes, it was, so we were supposed to have 7 hours to play the game, to play an early build of Dawntrail. And in that time, the last hour or so, I was called off to do the interview, which I didn't really know I was getting an interview. I was asked if I would like one, and I was like, yeah, sure, if there's space. And it turns out that I was able to have one. So I was very grateful for that. There wasn't that many interviews in the grand scheme of things. So I'm very lucky. And hopefully I didn't waste anyone's spot. I know some people in the comment section have been saying the questions I asked were awful. And some people have said that I've wasted people's time and that this is a wasted opportunity, and that, you know, basically doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what I ask at any of these opportunities. We've seen this before. Doesn't matter what I ask Yoshi P or anybody on that team. It will never be the question that's in the person who's watching the video or watching an interview's mind at the time, that's something they want to ask, right? So whilst I knew a lot of people were going to ask oddly specific questions about, I don't know, raiding, stuff like that, which they did, I knew that I needed to focus my questions towards something that my audience, the majority of my audience, watches my content for. So a lot of the things that, you know, customization to character, things that are long-term, right? Rewards, things like that. So I think I asked questions, at least in my opinion, that not only did I want to ask, but I knew that people would be wanting me to ask them, you know, my regulars, right? People who watch my content a lot.
Just tell them to get to media tour themselves in Meoni lol.
I agree, Thamo. I agree. I don't want to be harsh to them though, because they've got a point, right? They do actually have a point. Oh, and thank you so much once again for 5 months on Twitch, Femo, and Gobby Shark. Thank you for 5 months as well. Amazing. Thanks, guys.
Great name. Love that.
It is a great one, isn't it? Gobby Shark. I love that. That's how I feel right now.
Why is he a friend of Mutamix?
Oh, like the gobbies. Oh, dear. So we'll get to some questions in a minute from chat, because there's a few people already lining up some questions. But I just wanted to intro this. But I think regardless of what questions anybody asks, there's always going to be somebody who says that it's wasted time, right? Because they're after something specific, and, you know, I guess some of my things might be a little bit coffee table, as we would call it, like a little bit middle of the road. But to be honest, I've never seen Yoshi P react stumped, and think about how the game works as much to one of my questions before. So I was quite pleased with that, because it wasn't a no, we're not going to do this. It's a, hey, I never thought about this, how can we do this sort of reaction, which is really nice. I like that in relation to the housing question, obviously, when I was like, you've got all this beautiful foliage and stuff, and why can't we have that in housing, basically, and customize that horrible grass outside? And as soon as I sent him on that thought train, he started talking about interior housing and how they're changing that, and the idea, you know, the man is always working, like mentally you can tell that he is always thinking about the next thing, and he will absorb everything that you say to him, whether for good or bad, right? Like, he's like, I can't wait to get back to Japan to, you know, to ask the housing guy about this stuff and to talk about this. But yeah, I had a really good time for the most part, and the interview, I think, wasn't a complete disaster. What do you think, James?
I haven't watched it yet because I've been busy at work.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
That's my day off.
Let's
watch all the videos.
Let's see. Let's catch up with chat for a second, and we'll talk more. I wish someone had asked Yoshi P why we don't have a water user job in the game yet. Okay, we do have one water spell in White Mage and apparently on Picto, but come on, my favorite element underused. A water user.
Like water themed job. That was that's because that was meant to be White Mage, wasn't it? It's the opposite to Black Mage, and originally. No,
it's nature, wasn't it? I wouldn't say it was
Black
necessarily
Mage was
water.
fire, ice, thunder, fire, ice, water, lightning, and then White Mage was earth, water, and wind, wasn't it, originally?
I don't know. There's plenty of expansions, so I'm sure we'll have time in the next 10 years, right? I don't know. Maybe. What kind of class progression would you like to see, says Wild Arms? Should they use go the talent tree route? Would you like to see each class have multiple paths? So that's another reason why James should watch it at the interview, because one of Shenpai's questions was about what's going to happen next, right? In terms of past level 100, what's in the next expansion? How are we going to deal with stuff, with like the advancement of your class or job? And Yoshi P referenced the idea of similarly what could be summarized as a talent tree system with attribute points, which my immediate reaction was, oh god, no. In my head.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
I mean,
as soon as you put as soon as you put like player choice into trees, there's always going to be a cookie cutter, this is the only tree to go for, and everybody who doesn't go for it is an idiot sort of thing. That's why the attribute system was removed from the game before, because there was an attribute system originally. I don't like that system. It doesn't work in World of Warcraft because you don't have choice between talent points or attributes. You basically choose something that everyone else chooses because it gives you higher DPS in every scenario. There's only very specific cases where something is worth swapping out. So it's kind of like, eh.
I think the only way that would ever work is if it was just free to respec. Which then kind of defeats the point, doesn't it?
I don't know. In my opinion, I've played far too many of these games that focus too heavily on that kind of split off talent tree system, and that was one of the things that attracted me to 14 originally, was the fact that there wasn't, and that they were kind of, I would say, intelligent enough to realize that that player choice didn't matter because they would always be the best way of doing it. So they just didn't do it. But
that's the thing, isn't it? As soon as you end up with stuff like that, you have the mathematicians out in force going, yes, but there's only really this way out. You're just dragging the whole team down.
Yeah, basically, you know, and you know what people are like. They refuse to play jobs in a casual situation just because the meta, the balance posts every year says that only this is viable in this situation, where it's like, yeah, okay, for like world first races, but people don't read that. They go, oh, well, that means that red mage is crap and useless. And then when they actually see somebody clear with a red mage, they're like, what? That's not supposed to be a thing. And then they get confused and angry. It's like, well, it doesn't matter what people play if they're actually any good at it, right? That's the thing that people don't understand, unless you're going world first or week 2 or whatever.
I mean, how different can you really make a job while, like, for example, on a DPS, while basically keeping exactly the same DPS numbers for both choices?
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be very difficult to have something that's different enough to warrant it outside, you know, animation changes, but where it's basically just the same, because you're going to have the same amount of potency throughout the fight without having uptime issues or whatever else.
But to answer your question, Howard, I like to see class and gear, job progression, let's call it, the same way as it's been done every single expansion so far is how I'd like to see it expanded further. Just exactly the same.
But you know, a lot better.
Wow. Oof, okay. Yeah, there were some criticisms I saw about people saying that Dawntrail is quite a safe expansion, and I think that's a key word people are using, safe, because but what I would say is, if you're not going to have a plan of how to change something drastically yet to the point where it can feel better, it might be better to fix to something that people know and, or dare I say love, but or at least are used to, with minor changes, and at least until the next expansion. So I don't necessarily have a bad opinion on it. What I received in terms of the jobs I play, I was happy with, but I know that you, for example, were not very happy with the Black Mage thing, and I don't know if that's where we want to start the discussion about Black Mage, or if we want to read a few more comments first.
Let's go a few more comments.
Okay, because I know you're very opinionated on it, right?
Yes.
Trashy says, I would love to see Druid in the game. Me too. Yeah. Druid would be awesome. I love Druid in World of Warcraft specifically. I used to play Holy Paladin, Resto Druid, and Disc Priest. Yeah, Disc Priest is basically Sage, which is why I like Sage so much. Your number one class wish is Geomancer. That's a possibility, right? We're not, you know.
There is Geomancers in the game.
There is, yeah. There's also references to a lot of places as well that we're probably going to see. So they could tie in anything, couldn't they? As soon as you add choices, you split opinions, says Vazaroff, and it fosters competition and strife in the community. Some games it's fine, but FF is very unified in design. I think it's more of people will always choose whatever people tell them is the best, right? If a person posts calculations that prove that something is 40 potency, even 40 potency as a rotation higher than anything else, you will always go, oh, well, you're doing it wrong, because if you did this thing, you'd get that extra 40 potency. Like, for example, as it stands right now, Numa on Sage is a DPS loss. If we were to go by the Dawntrail Mediator build, which is still an early build, Numa is not cast, basically. It's not useful. So, you know, these things aren't finished though, right? We can't really look at potencies and go, yeah. But there will always be that guy, and quite rightfully so, right? There's always rightfully that guy or team of people that go, this is the way to do it. So as soon as you give players choice, those choices have to be more of a decision of what's useful for specific fights for mobility and utility rather than potency increases or decreases.
I guess the only way they'd really do like a talent tree would be more of a role change for jobs. So
yeah,
like Warrior had a DPS role, and
funny you should say that. We can come into that lineup. That's a great segue. So in the trust system, which is a really interesting thing I've never seen before, and a lot of people, eager-eyed people, might have seen it from some of my footage. Alphano, as a Sage, has a DPS version of Sage where he goes Red Sage. And Wook Lamart, who's the warrior, she's actually known as an intrepid, not a warrior, by the way. And intrepids have the ability to switch between red warrior or tank warrior. So there is actually that specialization change depending on how you want people to flex. So it's happened before with trusts, but in a very basic way. But with Grahar, it was a case of him just changing weapon, right? But with Wook, it was, I'm keeping my axe and instead I'm going to be a DPS and not have any aggro. So you could do that for players.
I mean, the only issue you have is getting a secondary thing for each job would be difficult.
It would, yeah, it really would. But Sage as a DPS doesn't make much sense, in my opinion. So they've already shown that that's possible.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to think.
I mean, you could. I mean, like for Black Mage, you could do something like a Battle Mage, where it's more of a melee focus.
I've always wanted the ability to have like a melee Black Mage. I know that sounds stupid, but I thought that'd be hilarious. Like some kind of melee physical Black Mage. I don't know how that would work, but like tie the spells into back when TP used to exist, swap the utility that they would use and then build it off TP. I think that would be really interesting. But again, that's more of like what they should do with limited jobs. You know, they should focus on that system and making that useful. But yeah, Kashimoto, thank you for the 4 months. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt James.
Yes, more coffee. It would be a nightmare on PF.
It would be a nightmare. That's the thing. But if you make any changes towards any choice-based systems or role-changing based systems, Pathfinder, things like that, nightmare. And I'm not sure they're I really hope they don't go down that route. But they could risk it for the biscuit. They could do something that would blow my mind. But I'm not terribly excited about that from the answer to that question. I'm just a bit worried. Wildom says the problem is lots of people are concerned of lack of job identity. Not sure how I can address that. You know how you address job identity? Give somebody who's supposed to be dancing the ability to dance. Give somebody who's a dragoon, I don't know, like it feels like, how do I explain this? It's how they, people won't like me for saying this, but when they changed summoner to actually summon, that was a good thing. That was a good thing. Now, do people prefer the old summoner? In a lot of cases, including my girlfriend and many other people I've talked to, they do. But I think a happy medium between the two could be, you know, could be met, right? People could enjoy a mix of the two. But instead they went...
That's not a very good example.
It is a good example, though, because job identity really is what... If you're a summoner, you summon, right? You want that identity of what you're doing.
The change to it, but that's not the reason why people don't like it. It's because they basically took an entire job,
Yeah.
scrapped it, and then made a new one.
Well, yeah.
But then never replaced a job people liked.
Well, that is part of it, though.
Yeah. I mean, you could have gave Old Summoner a different name.
Why keep in the old, though? Why keep in the old? Dear. Morgana says, we all know that if they go to talent tree route with different roles, people are going to quickly figure out the old. Yeah, we said, like, with the balance as an example, there's always going to be the cookie cutter, you do this or you are doing bad. People will say that. It will be a party finder. They'll inspect. This is what they, well, I don't know if they still do it in Warcraft, but I remember about the time I had quit. In that sort of time in Mists of Pandaria, people would quickly look at your talents. I mean, I'm sure they probably still do. And you could inspect them. And you'd be like, nah. And they'd kick you from a group because you didn't clearly know what you were doing. And you weren't going to be, doing what the optimal stuff, regardless of, your ability to do mechanics. So it sort of works the same way now, even though TOS kind of covers a lot of it, but still it happens, right? With Party Finder, they just don't give a reason, they just kick you. But in reality, they've checked your logs and then they're like, oh, grey pass, bye. You know what I mean? So there's always going to be a certain amount of that, but if you give that, I think it'd be worse, personally.
Oh, yeah.
Kotaku says, I'm the most hyped for Scholar. Did you get a chance to try it? I did not try. I did not play Scholar. I did not. No. Why are you laughing? Stop laughing at me. I mean,
if he ever played Scholar, I think I'd just eat myself.
What?
Like my own hand. I think I'd eat my own hand because you'd never play Scholar.
I don't like Scholar, but that's all I'll say about it. It's not my cup of tea. Regardless of the meta, it's not one of my. Next question. Dear. The best. My chat just went weird. I was reading something about PvP then, and then it just wobbled off. Best is subjective in SP.
Single player.
Oh, single player and PvP though, not really in PvE, at least a
maybe
theme park game. Oh, right, okay. What if you had just what seems to be almost a reskin customization aesthetic for spells based on spec? Would that be enough though?
That won't really change anything, would it?
Yeah. There's only so if you. What is the old adage? There's only so many ways you can polish, Yeah. I don't know. It really depends.
Polish?
Well, the whole polishing the turd thing, you remember?
Oh, I was going with the cat one.
Oh, I was going to be there's only so many ways you can polish a turd before you realize it's just still a turd, that kind of thing.
Oh.
What were you going to say with a cat?
No, there's only so many ways you can skin a cat.
Who skins a cat?
Well, you don't.
I'm so confused.
That's a saying.
I've never heard that in my life. Why are you skinning cats?
Because there's only so many ways you can do it.
That's not a reason to skin them, though.
Well, why are you polishing turds?
Ah, touche. Touche. I didn't really think about that. In order for player choice to matter, player intent has to matter. Final Fantasy PvP intent is clear content, and that's it for combat. I think the thing with Final Fantasy XIV is the mechanics on actual boss fights are actually mechanics rather than just looking at DBM telling you when to move. So Final Fantasy XIV actually has mechanics to think about, body checks, etc., which is a nightmare. We'll get onto another time as a topic. But so many of those fights I hate because of that. But yeah, it's
P10S, everyone.
Jeez, you brought back memories, flashbacks appearing in my mind of death. Or not necessarily my death, but watching other people fail the same mechanic, but it takes 10 10 minutes to get back to that place. Well, that's an exaggeration, but 6 or 7 minutes to get back to that same place, and then somebody is just in the wrong place, and it's like, all right, I guess that's that then, because there's literally nothing you can do. There's no survivability to that. It doesn't matter how many temperances you pop up. It doesn't matter if you're LB'd as a tank. You aren't surviving it if there are 7 people alive. And I hate that. I really hate that, because it wasn't just one body check. It was body check, body check, body check, body check, body check. It's like, right, we get it. You like having people alive, but... and then the answer recently is, let's just shorten the time on Swiftcast. So basically you're saying, more body checks and I'll be resing more often. Okay, thanks.
I mean, to be fair, that's actually a good change.
It is a good change, not gonna lie, but it's still, it gives me dread. It gives me more dread for body checks and things. They haven't really mentioned anything. I don't think anyone asked about that, but you weren't able to really ask too many. Here's the thing as well. A lot of people are like, why didn't you ask about Dragoons, such and such? And I'm like, you physically can't. You physically cannot ask these questions. We were told they had to be related, A, to the demo, and B, non-specific questions. So, for example, if I played, I don't know, Black Mage or something, and I was talking about, non-standard, that would be classed as a specific question, like job-specific, and they would just pass. They would just pass on the question. They would not want to answer that. So you had to be a little bit inventive. If you wanted something outside of the game structurally, you had to kind of tie it into things. So that's why I think I didn't do too bad of a job.
Especially with no prep time.
Yeah, literally no prep time. It was blank journal in front of me. Oh yeah, you've got an interview if you want it. Oh my goodness. And then I just scribbled some stuff down and went for it, because I didn't know I was getting an interview. I did not know. I was aware that they were doing interviews, so I mentally had some ideas, but they're so limited. You know what I mean? It was very unlikely. So DPSH, catching up with some chat. Be more like Fantasy Star. Oh yeah, main and sub role. Good point. Any zone town you're looking forward to the most? That's a good question. I think from what so we had Kozama Uka, which is a jungle outside of Tyrol. We had Ukapacha, which is the mountain region that looks a little bit like Peru, kind of Machu Picchu sort of bits and pieces of architecture. And then we had Tulialal, which is the city. And I have to say, I think I preferred the Ukapacha zone to anything else because of the sky limit. I know that sounds like a really dumb thing to judge whether you like a zone on, but the fact that you can go highest in that zone than you can in any other zone in the game, like literally, you can go so high to the point where the playable area is tiny below you. And you can just see mountains as far as you can see. It's so cool. Just the idea of, wait, when is the limit going to pop in? I'm waiting for the ceiling. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's there. And then you get this idea of just how tiny and insignificant this small section of this continent actually is. But then you go down and it takes you forever to get back down. And then you start to see how big that area actually is. I think it's one of the most interesting zones that I've seen so far. I mean, we haven't seen a lot, right? Only concept images, but walking around there, fighting monsters, it's strange to me to see so many different biome designs in one zone. I felt that way with Kozama Uka as well, with the jungle. There's swampy sections, there's the river section, there's dense forest, then there's the top bit which is plateaued with waterfalls and all these different colored trees and the foliage, but it gives way to these pools of water and some of its underwater areas. It's just, yeah, it didn't feel like somebody had just tried to create a jungle. It was, this is a jungle with this and this. It's like they've taken examples of photography from, going to South America or wherever they must have gone right on a photo session, and it felt realistic, at least from what I've seen on documentaries. I've never been in person to any of those places in real life, but it looks really good. Yeah, I think I'm most excited. Probably Heritage Lost. Or is it Heritage Found? I forget what it's called now. Because that place and the concept images, rather, if I could speak, is just full of Levin bolts, and the floor is ruined, and it's just a lightning. It reminds me of the Thunder Plains from Final Fantasy X. It's just a desolate, destroyed, full of lightning and obviously, like, Solution 9 has to be in that area, right? It has to be. And from what we've seen, it looks like Solution 9 is floating in air. Camouflaged, so it's like a big cocoon, like in Final Fantasy 13. It's just like this big city in the sky sort of thing. So, interesting, isn't it? I think I'm most excited for that zone though, because we know so little about it, and it seems very what is going on here. What about you, James?
Solution 9, definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been a little bit apprehensive about Solution 9 because, and I've seen people say, oh, it's not doesn't fit in with the game and things. It's like, well, it kind of does though, because the Allegan Empire, you know, that if you're going off that doesn't fit in the game yet. That is in the game. It is what the world is founded on. That it feels like just more of it's like a hidden secret society of super advanced ancients, basically, right? Ancient people. Yeah. We know very little about it, but I think it fits in perfectly because it also makes the most sense for it to be secluded and lost to time. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you see the surrounding areas, you've got like that Wildy West area with people living how they do. Because if they were able to walk into Solution 9, they would have, you know,
done it already.
Yeah, they would have already gone there. So I think it's probably something that's plot armored behind us gaining access to it, or maybe there is a secret society that we gain access to, kind of like in Final Fantasy VIII, where there's Esthar, which is a city that's secluded itself away from the entirety of the rest of the world on its own continent. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? And basically observed, but they had like space rockets and neon floating highways and stuff, but they didn't want anything to do with the lesser mortals. But at the time, no one knew that we were the lesser mortals. You know what I mean? I like that idea. I think it's a good trope. It is a good trope. What else have we got here? Forgetting buzzsaws, bioblasters, and drills. Given this is the first of the graphical updates planned, what do you think they do for the next one? I think the next graphical update is to do at least update to the game graphically will be the addition of new faces and structures, because that was something that was mentioned. Some people don't seem to have remembered this, but Yoshi P did say that the plan was to not just have 4 face options, so things like that, right? So the next big update, which technically fits into graphics, will be to have more player customization from the offset, because having only 4 face options per race sucks, and they know that. They absolutely know that. They're not silly. Oh, look at that lighting. It looks so much better. So much better. Like actual real lighting from the game and not just this blue background. But yeah, I think that'll be the next thing that they look at. In terms of like the world and things though, I thought the next chapter for that was to be backdating NPCs that they didn't get around to updating this time, right? And zones. So there'll be some places and things and people that haven't been updated. They said it will be quite jarring if you were to bring your player character model and stand as a Mikote next to a Mikote in a 1.0, not 1.0, in a 2.0 area, for example, that hadn't been updated. But they will be like fixing that over the next few years or whatever, right? But I've no idea like what else they have planned. But I do know rather, if I could speak again, but my brain won't let me, that this is a problem. because player customization comes to which face are you? Oh, why would you choose face 1 when you could choose face 2, etc. And yeah. Yeah. Let's look at some female Hrothgar for a minute. Let's have a female Hrothgar on screen because they look awesome. Nice. Let's see. Maybe update existing rock textures? Oh, most likely, yeah. Add physics to waterfalls. Ooh, that's a good point. Add proper grass if the engine allows it. Yeah, there's a lot of things that they could do. Interestingly that you said, so it's like, so solution 9 is like the Bermuda Triangle. No, in actual fact, if we go to the special site for Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail, there is actually, give me a sec. So I'll do it on this screen. Let's go on this screen for a second, because I don't want to bring up my browser just yet. Dawntrail special site. Easy peasy. So, on this website, you will see, if we go to, is it the gameplay section or is it world? I think it's under world. Where is the bit where they talk about the new field instance? Oh, it's heritage found, not lost. I knew it was one of the two. Systems? Gameplay, maybe gameplay. Maybe it is in here. New dungeons. Cosmic exploration, which we still do. Ah, here we go. I went past it. Even the most dauntless of sailors would sooner abandon ship than steer into Shade's Triangle. Be not fooled by the lush and fertile island you spy on the horizon. Men and vessels alike have been lost to its allure, never to be seen again. Not yet. Yes, the wisest choice is to dismiss it as mere illusion. But of course, there are inevitably those who cannot resist the call of adventure. So funny you should mention the Bermuda Triangle, because that's basically what we're getting as the new Eureka-style content. Yeah. So we are talking that side of the world. We are talking that kind of, that kind of experience. I don't know how many people had even seen that bit on there, but yes, confirmed. It is under gameplay, right? Thank you. I should have read your thingy. Would love a customization to head towards something like Black Desert. Game Lore Geek, I disagree with you. Do you want to know why? There are still people playing on PS4 and PS5. Black Desert handles like ass on those platforms. The graphics updates in that regard are great for that style of game, but when you get to hyper-realism, you get away from this almost cartoon aesthetic, and as soon as you get away from this aesthetic, your character will no longer look like your character anymore. As soon as we take Hrothgar into like super realism, which Black Desert prides itself on, right? That huge, glistening skin, super high textured, the pixels per model are like ridiculous. Your character's kind of going to be, well, not your character in the world as well. It's good. That would be a very difficult and expensive thing to do. And B, the game already needs to be optimized more than it is. So I can't imagine the sort of engine jump that would be required to do that. That's like a Final Fantasy, let's say 20 MMO idea. So it's a cool idea, don't get me wrong, but it will never happen for this game. I can guarantee that. Any changes that do get made will be, A, we need to keep it as close to the original as possible. See how people already reacted to slight changes to their characters that they didn't like. They went through how many iterations, James, before they settled on this? And even then, who knows if we're settled. Yeah. It was months upon months. Psyched for the graphics update. You check the texture res in the backgrounds and it's nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they actually properly updated them. I mean, look at that grass. That's some nice grass. Why is it so dark? Why did you go,
Why is it so dark? That's some nice grass.
That's some nice grass. It is. You don't like the grass?
Oh, yeah.
We don't want to do a Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Not with this engine.
How many pixels do you want in a leaf? All of them.
Thing is, somebody brought up Unreal 5 to me the other day, and I was like, yeah, Unreal 5 looks incredible, but do you know anyone that's ever going to touch Unreal 5 with the idea of making an MMO? I don't think so. It's not the sort of game that would play nice in that environment, I don't think. I could be wrong, but I don't think it plays nice. I don't know. That'd be work, wouldn't it? Maybe not quite as intense. I know you want to see your character in like hyper realism or whatever. I think the closest we ever got to that is in Final Fantasy 15's crossover, where there was what was her name?
Oh, I didn't do it.
No, but on the 15 game side of things, there was what was it? Not Hijime. What's her name? Something like that. Something Jime. She was adorable, and she was in the starter gear for Mikote. I was like, whoa! But now our Mikote looks better. That's the irony of it. I was like, wow! That Mikote looks amazing, and then this graphics update, it looks way better than Final Fantasy 15's Mikote attempt. It really does. Way better. Like, look at that. Yeah. The lighting. Amazing. Noctis's girlfriend. No. No, that's Luna Freya. You love female Hrothgar? Yeah, they look good. They look really good. Somebody actually asked me if I had filmed any Hrothgar, how they actually handle in the game. I did. I just didn't have the time allotment to use that footage. I recorded over 6 hours of footage from various different things, but I was not able to include it all because part of the agreement was you're only allowed 45 minutes total of footage across any channel. And that includes, I think a screenshot counts as 1 second or something. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, there's all sorts of restrictions. So I can tell you they look good and they don't have a hunched back. So that's a plus. They look quite good. Their emotes are nice. I think Zeppler did a video on all of the emotes for Hrothgar, as well as who else did it? A bunch of people did it. Hyperrealism gets to the problem of the uncanny valley and aging faster. Yeah, whereas if you stylize a game as much as you physically can, like 14 has done and like WoW has done, it doesn't really age because it never looked new then. It looked different. So you are completely right about that, yeah. Wow, I agree. You were surprised. Did I play Astro? I'm trying to remember. I did go on Astro. I didn't really do much on it. It wasn't really changed that much from what I could tell. I mean, the cards, obviously, right?
Yeah, I think that was the biggest change, wasn't it?
Cards have meaning again. I think that's the thing most people can take from that. It felt like you actually had a reason to bother with the cards, and they all had different benefits to different people, which is nice. It wasn't really that much different. The biggest changes were to Black Mage, and I'm hoping that you're going to talk about Black Mage now, because I'll go through the character creator and you can rant about that and talk about the changes if you like. You have my permission to rant. Being somebody who has a 40-page optimization spreadsheet, go ahead.
I'm going to go take a break first because I need the toilet.
Okay, he needs to prepare. He needs to prepare for this.
Everyone noticed how long my rant was on Adventurer Friends. Yeah.
Yeah, go on then. You have a small break. You gotta have a long tail. Look at the fluffy tail. This is another thing I hope they change in the future with a graphic update. So fur looks amazing now, but this annoys me. Like the 2D tips. That's something. I just want it to be a big fluffy ball at the end, you know what I mean? Looks so good, but also so, not sure. Someone ate tacos, he probably, I don't think James eats. Last time he ate something when I was around there, he had like toad in the hole, and he burnt that, so he just eats toast. Toast and chocolate, from what I can tell. I'm sure he would agree with me as well. He's a weirdo. And he doesn't put any weight on. Like, it's really bizarre. He's like the shortest guy I've ever met in my life. And in all of his like 25 years, he's still just tiny. His metabolism is insane. But that's all he eats, so yeah, you can imagine how healthy that is. Look at that hair, looks so good. Looks so good. For what I've seen, Draw Now reminds you of Scholar's Ether Flow. It's not horrifying, but it's still, in your opinion, kind of ruined from Stormblood. A lot of people say that. You're not alone. I think the real worry for a lot of jobs this time around was homogenization, right? The idea of taking something and deleting it to then bake it into something. And whilst we saw a little tiny bit of that, most jobs didn't really get that. Instead, they got this optional ability to combine buttons into one button, but not for everything, that made sense. So like the subsequent combo, instead of having to have a separate button. And I don't really think that's homogenization, personally. It is maybe simplification that I don't like, but at the same time, it's a choice, and it's not like they've taken that choice from you. But also, button bloat was getting a little bit insane anyway, right? It's only going to get worse. Especially with the new level 100 abilities and things like that.
Alright, I'm back.
How ugly does the game look after you tried Dawntrail in the media tour? I find it very difficult to play the base game of Final Fantasy XIV. I said this the other day. No disservice to Square Enix, right? Their game is amazing, and I've loved it for the last 10 plus years. Okay, but I was trying to do hunt marks. Recently I've been trying to do achievements and things, right? To kill time until Dawntrail. My goal is to get to 20,000 achievement points before the expansion comes out. Very close to doing it. So I've been doing hunt marks, stuff I don't usually do. Okay. Just doing S ranks and A ranks annoyed the living crap out of me, because every time I teleported somewhere, I was like, oh, where's the grass? Oh, what is this on the floor? What? Oh, what is this texture? And then I was like, zoomed in. I was like, why are my clothes reacting like that in the wind? A lot of people haven't talked about this. You know those drapes that like flick in the wind horribly? They fixed that. Yeah. So they have a nice sort of flow to them now in the wind. If the wind catches it, it goes like this, and then floats back down. Like,
but
there's some physics.
Is that tied to it? Is that tied to FPS?
Probably, because we were only at 60 FPS.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But I can see it has changed for people who play at 60 frames per second. It looks really good. But yeah, playing the game is just like, here's a typical example, all right? A new player, they get to level 15, right? And they get their Chocobo quest. That's right, isn't it? It is 15, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's right.
Yeah, My Little Chocobo.
15 or 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just that alone, the process of getting the bird. I cannot even stand looking at my bird anymore. I summoned my bird to help me with a fate, and I dismissed it. I'm not kidding. the graphical update has changed the way that feathers look. And like, well, we had access to the Magitech unit, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We had access to the Griffin. We had access to the Chocobo, the base Chocobo that you get. And we also had access to an Araman, you know, the floating eye. And that was to demonstrate the leaning. So those are the mounts that lean that they've shown so far. Of course, there are others. And there will be even more thanks to the interview. With silly animations. Yes! My contribution to the game. Silly animations. It's a pretty good contribution. I'm quite happy with that. But yeah, just looking at the feathers, it's so insane. Like that you could see every single like feather intricately placed. The work they have done on something as basic as that. You play the normal game and you're like, why does this look so bad? Genuinely. And it doesn't sound like it's going to be that drastic of a change, right? You can just about see the backgrounds here, yeah, in this character creator on the benchmark that we're on right now. And it looks good, yeah? But actually walking around there, pushing through this grass that reacts to you, that if you jump up and down on certain flowers, petals fly everywhere. If you're on the back of a bird and you go through something, the petals fly everywhere as you sprint through there. You know, the battle effects have had a pass. Everything just... like trees. The trees. You know? It is way bigger than any of us ever expected it to be. I think most people I talk to... including, like, let's name drop Renon, right? Renon is somebody I met at the event, and he's a fantastic content creator. Please go watch his job videos if you haven't already, because, you know, he covered a lot more detail into these things than I did. That's his bread and butter, going through every single job. He loves that kind of thing. He's very analytical for numbers. Definitely watch that sort of content on his channel if you can. But when I was talking to him, he was like, previously to this, when the announcement came for the graphics update, he says, I wasn't really that bothered. I didn't care. I was like, okay, graphics update, nice. Because he's more focused on just purely endgame raiding, right? And that kind of thing. But then even after that, he was like, I never thought it was going to look so different. This is ridiculous. And he said the other day, I find it hard to play the game now. I've been back and it looks horrible in comparison. So yeah, even people who wouldn't normally give a crap about, you know, a graphical update because it's something minor to them, have found it to be the biggest change. So yeah, I think when you actually walk around the game like I did, it's and that was an early build where the lighting and shading wasn't done properly. I must also say that on the zone tours, it will look even better than that. Not only because it was only 1080p and low bitrate that we were only allowed to have, but also additionally because the shaders weren't finalized, the lighting wasn't finalized in that build. So this was pre-feedback from the first benchmark, if that makes sense. This is like an earlier build. I don't know how early it was, but it was pretty early in development.
I'd imagine it's got to be at least 2 to 3 months, right?
Something like that, yeah. Before they made any of their major changes to lighting and stuff. So the zone tour was a good idea, but at the same time, it wasn't very representative. None of it was of a final product. So I'm probably going to go through there and go, wow.
It just means you'll be surprised when it comes out.
I think everybody will. People who don't want to be spoiled can watch that zone tour video, go, okay, I feel spoiled. But when the game comes out, they'll be like, wait, no, I'm not. This looks completely different. Yeah, it will. All of the NPCs were turned off apart from a couple that didn't mean anything. Most of the monsters weren't populated. There was some monsters in the world, A ranks, a couple of them. Some fates, but there wasn't really a full world of monsters. There was definitely bits missing because it hadn't been populated, but it was unreal actually to play that. It felt really interesting to play an early version of a game that you love, because you'll be able to go, wait, that wasn't here before. It's like I remember from the previous media tour, we had a section that was full of like this basin area. I think it was in Favnir for the Shadowbringers one, and it was full of target dummies, and like there was nothing around for miles, and there was like even a path down to it. And I think it's on some people's footage from that previous year. But if you go to that area in that area of Favnir, there is nothing but lush grass and a hill that didn't exist. So there's no path, there's no target dummies. So the game is always being changed. You never know which version of the game you're actually playing. So we only got a glimpse of what it could be like, you know. Endwalker, sorry, not Shadowbringers. Bleh. Brain cells falling out. The game feel is going to be so upgraded with the physics. Yeah, only the first graphical update. That's right. This is the major one though, and then everything else should be a little finer details, I think. Sounds like you guys got completely spoiled by the update preview. In terms of like yeah. In terms of being able to play the game at the moment and actually enjoy it, yeah. But it's a good thing as well, because never have I experienced something from any of these early looks at things where it's been as drastic. And this is the first time I've ever felt, oh my God, can I just go back to Germany, please? Even though the PCs won't be there, I'm like, can I go? Like, we were eating a meal after the interviews and stuff, and I was thinking to myself, do you think they'd mind if I just skipped the meal and went back in the other room for half an hour and played more Dawntrail? Funny story about that meal, by the way. Let's be even more cringe and talk about this. So we had this meal in a restaurant part of the building. This was just after I'd finished the interview. So my last hour was cut short, obviously, to do the interview, and some people were doing some more gameplay. So we'd wrapped that up and we'd moved into this little restaurant, which was nice. We had like anything we wanted. Square Enix covered the cost, which was lovely of them. They didn't have to, but that was so nice. And people had kind of like sat on tables where they want to. So me, Rinon, and I forget the other two content creators, forgive me, their names, we sat down on a 4-seater table on like the window side, and other people had gone to these big tables, right? These big long tables. You've probably seen some pictures on social media. And we ordered our food. We got a drink or two, some really nice. I think it was this Berlin beer. I forget the name of now. What was it called? I have it on my phone, but it might be a bit of a segue to look at that, so I won't spoil it. But we were eating our food, and then the doors opened, and casually Toshio Moroshi, the translator guy that I forget the name of, forgive me, and Naoki Yoshida walked into the restaurant, and they were looking for somewhere to sit, and they came and sat next to us, kind of near this window side, and everybody else was on separate tables further away. So it ensued the rest of that, the next like 3 hours, or 2 or 3 hours, I can't remember, it felt that long, I was eating food. But Yoshi P sat there with Foxclon and the translator dude, and obviously I don't speak any Japanese, but I know that Yoshi P knows quite a lot of English. So I start talking to Rinon just about things to do with the game, and the topic came up where I was complaining. This is my fault. I was kind of sort of complaining a little bit about tomestones being the only stage requirement for every stage of the Relic, and I kind of forgot where I was. I was just like, yeah, I really hated that. I hope that the next Relic weapon, doesn't just have tomes as this. Just give us a choice to do something, anything else. And I occasionally I've reminded myself, oh wait, whoops. And then I see Yoshi P just occasionally glancing over and smiling. I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Our typical, the sort of discussions we have, James, where we start going off on a tangent. Well, me and Rinon are exactly like that. He's a wonderful person in real life and very easy to talk to. And we're both passionate about the game we love to play. So this was just me accidentally flaming the way that they had designed the relic weapons for the Hildebrand stuff, and in the company of the creator, the producer and director of the game we love. But I think he knows, But it was,
So what you're saying is, if it's all just tombstones in Dawntrail, it's your fault.
Well, because I baited it.
Yeah.
No. I think the general consensus is that the game has become too reliant on simplification, and I think they've taken a lot of that on board. It's less about convenience and more about it's less about convenience or giving people something to grind for, but it's more of giving people better choice and variety. I think that's the best way of describing it, right? So, lots of people asked about like after the meal. I had people come up to me, other content creators, saying, wasn't that really strange? I was like, what was really strange? You were sat near Yoshi P. I'm like, yeah. He chose to sit there. I didn't ask him to sit there, but I found it really weird. Not mentioning names. I was like, well, not really. Just kind of carried on with discussion, really. But yeah, I was tempted to be like, hey, Yoshida-san, can I go back in the other room and play some more of your game? It was really good. Really good. Take vacation days for Dawntrail relics a certain Mikote named Meoni and your 500 fate quest. I honestly missed the book stage from A Realm Reborn. Don't hate me for that. I do. At least it had variety. I missed the resistance weapons simply because there was actually something else to do other than tomes.
I literally did it all through just grinding outside of boss.
Yeah, but originally there was supposed to be the choice to do Bosja or outside, but then they forced you to go into, for that one stage, they forced you to go into Delabrum.
Yeah, which was really annoying when you think I grinded the entire relic and went, oh, now you have to go do the entirety of Bosja just so you can get into one thing.
Yeah. My time can be respected without it being mindless. What do you mean, Froggins? Oh, sorry.
Basically, yeah.
Do you think having such a drastic update on the visual experience will assist veteran players with transitioning, buying into this new story arc, feeling it's something genuinely new? I don't think anybody who is looking for a reason to continue to play the game is probably doing a disservice to themselves, because if you're trying desperately as a veteran player to give yourself an excuse to play the game over other games, I think that's you doing it wrong. You should never have to be put into a situation where you are trying to force yourself to enjoy something or adapt to something. If you don't like the way something is, you should always vote with your wallet, and you should always vote with your feet, and you should play whatever gives you the most joy. And that is something I stand by, and it's the reason why so many people go, oh, screw this, I'm going to go play something else. And that's a perfectly reasonable attitude to have. But I think, having said that, there is plenty to be excited for. I mean, what do you mean? What do you classify as a veteran player?
That's a good question.
That's the real question. Do you class a 1.0 player as a veteran player, or are you talking 2.0, or are we talking just the last expansion?
I mean, at this point, it's got to be start of Shadowbringers, I would say.
Maybe Stormblood.
You've been playing for 4 years if you started at Shadowbringers.
Oh, yeah. Do you know what specs the PC had in the media tour? I believe that's NDA'd. I'm not even going to go near it. I do know what they had, but I'm not even going to bring that up unless someone tells me I can. So, I can tell you the brand. Smiley face. It was Alienware.
Oh, dear God.
James, no, stop. So, I'm not going to give you the specs. Did I have a keyboard and a mouse? I did. I had a keyboard and a mouse. I don't know what brand they were. Don't remember. And we didn't have an MMO mouse. So that was another reason why I was like, oh boy, me learning to use my keyboard again for my rotations, which is why it was really sloppy on some of the footage. I was just like, oh my God, there's me like with one finger going tack, 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 1, 3, 1, 5. I'm used to going like with my thumb on my right hand, just going you know, muscle memory. But
I still use 1 to 5 and my mouse.
And I also I borrowed a Xbox controller from one of the staff members who watches my videos. Funnily enough, shout out to you once again. Thank you for that. Who was like, yeah, I can understand. Because I was like, I don't need a controller because I don't play with a controller. But if I'm going to be doing any kind of pans or any graphical stuff, showcases, I would really like to just have an analog stick because I can just roll my thumb across that and it's really smooth. And she's like, I got you covered. And I borrowed her, I think it was a purple, like, D-brand skin controller at the time. Very interesting. But, yeah. Excited for anything at Summer Game Fest? No. Not really. I mean, we already know we're not going to see any, I don't know, are we going to see any big Square Enix games? Because that's the only thing that I give a crap about these days is Square Enix games, because they're the only things I seem to play or enjoy. I know that sounds like a bit of a shill moment, but it's bloody true. I am looking forward to the Final Fantasy IX remake that doesn't exist, right? That totally doesn't exist, quote unquote. That totally hasn't been talked about on the internet a million times. That definitely hasn't had its information leaked at an NVIDIA thing before. Or anything like that, right? Will we see it? Probably not. But I would like to see more of the new Mana game if they've got some gameplay, because that's something I'm really excited for. Because I'm a big Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana was fantastic. You know, the Seiken Densetsu series of games, those were amazing. Some of the best like 90s era onwards RPGs ever made by Squaresoft. So I would like to play the new one. So I'm very eager to see stuff about that. But there's already like 6 trailers for it with like gameplay, so probably not. What are you most excited for? Oh, Final Fantasy Tactics Remaster. Oh boy. Yeah, I would like that too. Are we going to get it? Yeah, Visions of Mana. That's what it's called. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is like, it's something of mana, right? Kingdom Hearts games. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 4, right? Do you reckon we'll have a... Oh, no, they already said there's no Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff. Didn't Jeff say that? Like you're building yourself up for a disappointment or something? I forget. Right, James, this is your moment. Okay, I officially have no opinions... Right? None of the opinions that are about to be broadcast are representative of me or my brand. James has played... James, who is in chat right now with me on Discord, has played Black Mage since he started the game. And in Heavensward, that's when you started. You have a 40-page optimization spreadsheet. Things are about to change. Had being the key word. James, begin your rant. Black Mage, first of all, discuss what has changed. Second of all, what you think of the changes without being, you know, against TOS, and don't be too mean. And third of all, what you think this means for the future of the job. Go.
All right, so let's see the changes. Well, the biggest change is the change to the mana regeneration. So now, instead of passively regenerating mana, you will regain mana by using ice spells. Specifically, Bleeding Fall is actually the only one. There is no other way to read. Well, Lucid Dreaming still works, I assume.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't Lucid work?
Because specifically in Black Mage, when you're in Astral Fire, it removes all mana regeneration, including Lucid Dreaming.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Like I say, I don't play Black Mage, so this is your moment.
Yeah. So we assume you get natural regeneration. Honestly, I actually don't know, but we'll find that one out. I'll have to look. So it will be 2,500 MP in Umbralized 1, 5,000 in Umbralized 2, and 10,000 in Umbralized 3. So, realistically, you'll only need, in level 100, you'll only need to use 1 Blizzard 4 to regain all your mana. That's the first change.
Okay, I am here. I'm just like nodding. Yeah.
Second change is they've reworked the funder system, the dots. They're now all instant cast and really weird.
Weird? Why? Why weird?
You get a ton more than what you actually need.
Okay.
So you now it's now a proc. It's an instant cast, but it can only be cast when you get the proc. You get the proc from switching stances. So you get a proc every time you switch from fire to ice and ice to fire. Which means you get a lot. Like for ice, you might be only casting 2 spells and then going back into fire for a 30 second dot.
Oh wow.
Which is a bit weird. Yeah, like I say, it's a bit weird.
Okay.
Oh, we go. The other change is Paradox is now instant cast and can only be cast in Astral Fire. It can no longer be cast in Umbral Ice.
Mm-hmm.
And it also automatically generates a guaranteed Firestarter proc.
Good thing, bad thing?
Yeah. The guaranteed Firestarter proc is literally a band-aid.
Right.
But we'll get on to that.
All right, okay. That comes on the opinionation section, does it?
Yeah. And, of course, there is the new skill Flare Star.
Right.
Which is obviously the new skill which requires 6 fire forecasts in single target. Fire 4 is the only one that adds to the new gauge.
Right.
And you get 3 stacks if you use Flare. They have also changed the AoE, but we'll get onto that one. So, basically, as it stands, they've basically put the entire job on rails.
Right.
There's very little optimization you can do and very little variation.
Okay, so that's part of the worry of homogenization?
Well, here's the thing. Personal opinion, I think they spent so much time thinking to get rid of the non-standard rotation they didn't like. They didn't really think about what the hell they were doing with the job.
Oof, okay. Spicy. Carry on.
Oh yeah, Mana Font now basically is a full reset of your fire phase, rather than just giving you 3,000 mana. Thanks, Morgana. I forgot about Mana Font. Mana Font's all convert, by the way.
Oh, right, okay.
It used to give 3,000 mana. It now resets your fire phase. Gives you full MP, Umbral Hearts, and Paradox, I believe. Yeah, Paradox.
Right.
So there's a few issues before we get into my personal opinion.
Well, then.
That. Oh, fucking hell.
I need a thick tail. Carry on, sorry.
Yeah, so first one is the ice mechanic.
Ice, baby.
Yes.
Go on, yeah. What's the problem with the ice mechanic then, in terms of restoring mana, right? I've made her have pink eye. Whoops.
So, yeah, so now you see you have to cast ice spells to regain mana.
Right.
So let's say you're in a dungeon at level 50.
Right.
And the mob dies after you cast Flare, which uses all your MP.
Right. So now I've got 1 MP and it's regenerating.
You've got 0 MP. You've got 0 MP, and we assume you transpose into ice and you get natural regen.
Okay.
That's it for the next pull.
So what's the first step on the next pull then? What can you cast? What can you do?
That's it. You've got to restart you'd have to restart pretty much every single pull in Blizzard.
Oh.
And then freeze, and then go into your fire phase.
Okay.
Whereas once you get to level 76, which why it's still level 76, I have no idea. You get Umbral Soul, which if you've ever seen a black mage running around currently, during downtime, they do all their spinny little move.
Yeah.
Yeah. Umbral Soul currently refreshes your Umbral Ice.
Oh, right. That's how that works. Okay.
Yeah. And it grants Umbral Hearts.
Mm.
In Dawntrail, it will basically work the same as Blizzard 4, where it will grant MP based on how many stacks of Umbral Ice you have. So it'll be 2,500 for. My issue is, why is Umbral Soul, our downtime recovery tool, still at level 76?
I don't know. A lot of the job changes could have been made better by having less direct changes like they had done, with the addition of taking what stuff we already had and not only keeping it but changing where it was located. It still hasn't answered my issue, especially as well. Any job, you play anything, you go do your roulettes and it's just a disappointment every time you go in there because there's nothing to use. You'd think by getting to that certain thing where you unlock something, they'd have like a lowered level version of it, like a synced version of that ability or something. But it just feels really strange that we don't have that. Like, it's the level 40 bracket, okay? If they made more things available at the 40 bracket, I wouldn't be complaining. But as it stands, like before 40, I can understand, right? You're not going to have anything, you don't need anything. At level 40 plus, you still don't have some core mechanics to your job. It's garbage. I know for a fact that black mages not having Umbral... Is it Umbral... It's not Umbral Soul, is it? Which do you not have? You at low level, you don't have it. But
there's
quite a lot that you don't have.
Yes.
They lowered the level version of Bard Shadow Bite. Yeah, but there needs to be more than... it's a good start, but there's not enough to make me... make anybody really that enthralled with doing older content synced.
And to answer Hop Hop, yes, it's going to be pretty similar in the Rails department. It's basically going to be 5-3, 3-5-4s, Paradox, 3-5-4s, Despair, Flare Star, and then Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, Thunder. That's pretty much it.
I have a question that might not be NSFW, might not be safe for work, but it might not be NSFW either. Are you noticing anything shadow related on this character's undershirt? Is that just a shadow, or has that always been there? In the middle. Has that always been there? Do our characters have nipples now? What the hell? When was that added?
Anyway.
Sorry. I was distracted.
The second issue, which is the fire starter issue, is...
Go on, yeah.
a lot of people, you see a lot of people going, "Oh, Paradox is instant cast," which is a good thing. Which you would think so, but it's not in reality when you think about it. Unless of course they've changed how the timers work on Black Mage. So for context, how the timers work on Black Mages, the timer resets at the end of the cast.
Oh.
So you have to finish your cast of Fire 1 or Paradox before the timer resets. This becomes important because on an instant cast, if you instant cast it, the timer resets and then you've still got your recast timer to go through. So for example, with an instant cast Paradox, if you hard cast it, you cast it 2.5 seconds. Then when you cast your first Fire 4 after you've refreshed, you have 15 seconds on the timer.
Right.
When you instant cast it, you cast Paradox, it's instant cast, the timer resets. Now you have a 2.2 cooldown of your recast timer. So you now cast your first Fire 4 with 13 seconds left on the timer.
Oh.
So you lose about 2 seconds. Now, if you do the math at base spell speed, which is 3 Fire 4s at 2.8 seconds each, and then a 3-second despair cast, that's 11.5 seconds. It takes, roughly. This gives you about 1.5 seconds leeway if you instant cast Paradox to not mess up, to get all 3 casts.
Okay. So what are we saying here then? That it's harder?
Which is, I mean, if you have to react and randomly move, then yeah, the likelihood. Well, this is why you have a guaranteed fire starter.
Oh, I see.
Because it's basically, like I said, it basically looks like it's a band-aid for something. Because with 1.5 seconds, if you randomly don't know the fight and you go, "Oh crap, I have to move," you're not going to get all 6 of your Fire 4s you need to be able to cast Flare Star, which is going to be really bad, isn't it? If you're new to the job,
yeah,
and you never get to cast your level 100 skill.
So what are your takeaway things from this then?
I mean, personally, it doesn't even make. I don't get it.
You don't get it.
They want to. Well, they say they want to increase job identity and stuff, but then take away all the freedom of identity from the job.
Right, yeah.
To what? Add it back in 8.0?
No, to give it to Pictomancer.
No, actually, I do actually think that's probably the reason.
I don't want to be that guy, but I loved Picto.
From what I've heard on Pictomancer, it is quite a lot of the stuff optimization that the Black Mage had, which is now disappeared.
No, the real thing with Picto is there are so many different ways that you could potentially make different rotations work. That's the difference. It's because of the timing of the canvases mixed with all of the CDs, not perfectly lining up across. Like there's no like cookie cutter way 100% to do it. There are always ways to eke out more, but there's
okay.
There's slightly, but not.
Just to answer that question, it's actually probably going to be worse for the people who don't optimize the 40-page sheets.
You really think so? I think more casual players will have less of a concern, no? Because it's changed to be it's just a standard rotation, no?
But you're also tightening up the timings it needs, and you need...
Well, that's the trade-off, right?
But you also have to hit... For example, at the moment, if I play Black Mage now in thing, yeah, the standard rotation has 6. But you'll find on occasion with heavy movement, or you go, "Oh crap, I've messed up," that it doesn't really matter that much. You don't have to get 6 Fire 4s out. You can get 5 and then Swift cast a Despair or something to make sure you don't lose a Nokian. It doesn't really matter. You're not really losing. You're losing 1 Fire 4.
So it's quite forgiving in that respect.
Now,
oh my god, that preset.
Now, if you fat finger something, or you realise your time is running low, you've now screwed, pretty much. You lose Flare Star.
Oof.
Unless you use your Firestarter proc.
Sorry, it's just
Which
one
is
of
why
the
it's
one of the randomization options on a character creator has made a man that
Oh
looks
my
like
God.
he's got moss face. He's got like moss lichen. I don't know how that's an actual randomized option. How do you even make Moss Man? I might have to save this as Moss Man.
Yeah.
Oh, I can make him really unhappy. We're gonna make unhappy Moss Man. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. So I would like to know the reason why they got rid of non-standard. Personally, I mean, they say it's streamlined, but let's be honest, that's just a buzzword. I mean, let's be honest. We had accessibility last time, and everyone in that case that became something of a taboo in the community. So now it's streamlining. But
yeah, it did actually become a massive taboo in the community. Yeah.
So now they've changed that and they're calling it streamlining.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It's the same bad word as making things for casual audiences. That's the other. Yeah.
Well, there's also there's also things like, if you read some of these stuff of people, like top is going to be like ridiculously phase 6 of top is basically like, oh, I don't get to cast very much now because you can't do non-standard when Dawntrail comes.
Okay.
Because apparently it's really heavy movement.
I've never done top.
No, that's basically what non-standard was. People said it was, it's got 40 pages, but I mean, to be fair, half the time you only used about maybe 5 or 6 different rotations. It was all about being able to line up. Yeah, it's like, I think it was like 2% damage increase, but it was mostly being able to line up your rotation by using by doing shorter fire lines and stuff and higher potency stuff to basically compensate. Basically, you take away your icicles, use higher potency stuff to regain your mana to compensate for a shorter fire phase.
Okay.
But it allowed you to line up. So like you're going into what was it? What are we on? Was it P7? The big tree.
Yeah, that's piece. It's not Aegistus, is it?
Yeah, the big tree.
Is it Aegistus?
The big tree where you basically keep running back and forth across the whole length.
Oh, the fight that was so well designed that they put all of the mechanics behind the last 15%, and everything up to it was basically us talking about how our day's been, and then the last 15% was basically the worst, most frantic thing in our life. Yeah, that was bizarre.
That with the standard rotation in Dawntrail would be ridiculously difficult and practically crap.
Practically crap.
You would just be not be casting a lot of that time. The only way it really worked, we got to you pull your resources, and like for example, half of my run were basically doing a non-standard ice phase, where you transpose, use Xenoglossy, Ice Paradox, and Thundercloud for 3 GCDs of movement for free, and then you transpose back in and use Firestarter to get back. That's 4, and then you can triple cast if you wanted to, but you didn't really need to for that because you use triple cast for the next phase. But if you have to go in and go, oh, I've got to cast for these, I've got to go into ice, and then I've got to go into this. You're basically going, oh, I'm going to have to triple cast to move. Now I'm going to have to triple cast again to move. Now I'm out of triple casts. Crap. All right, I've got 3 Xenoglosses. Oh, I've got to move a 4th time. What do I have left? I have 1 Swift cast. It didn't really... You didn't need to do it.
So basically you're not that impressed.
Not really, no.
So what are your options then? Is it just that there is no chance for non-standard now, or?
No, there's literally none.
So dead? No one will find a way?
Is pretty... there's not really anything you can do. You have to have 6 fire 4s in your rotation, which means you can't do shorter fire rotations. Actually, you'll miss out on Flare Star. You have to cast Blizzard 4. So, and because they've changed, you can't transpose because it only gives you Astral Unrealized 1, which means you'd have to cast Blizzard for 4 times to get back to full mana, which isn't going to work. So you got to basically cast Blizzard 3. I believe the only one I've kind of seen is basically triple casting the ice phase and transposing into ice and then triple casting Blizzard 3 at the end of Despair and Flare Star. But other than that, no, there's not really much you can do. I'm sure there'll be minor optimizations, but nothing that will deviate from the standard rotation. Which kind of sucks because it was like the only job that, you know.
I remember originally you were like, if they take away non-standard, I quit the game. I remember you saying that. Are you still feeling that way?
Yes, the only problem is I committed to a raid team for 7.9.
Whose fault's that? I mean, you can always play Picto.
No.
Why won't you play Picto?
It sounds interesting, but I cannot stand the aesthetic of the cartoony crap.
Really? You don't like the neon paint? I love it. I think it's brilliant. You really don't like it that much?
No, I really don't. It's too much in contrast to the other game graphics.
Okay. If you what you say, you know, I disagree, but yeah, you can't
turn your own. You can't turn your own effects off.
Yeah, you can't turn your own effects off, can you? Moss Man.
No. You can only turn other people's off.
Moss Trail.
No. I mean, we'll see how it plays, but I'll be honest with you, it's basically going to be all right. Which, let's be honest, it's not exactly. The standard wasn't the most engaging rotation to begin with.
Okay, yeah.
It's basically like the DPS version of a healer rotation. You basically press one button most of the time. Half the fun was using non-standard to change it up a bit and make it a bit easier to move. So yeah. But anyway, we had this thought anyway. I might flex into Gunbreaker if we get a.
Yeah, this might be the first time we ever see James tank. It might be the last time we ever see James tank as well.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. People are going to backseat your tanking so hard, you know that, right?
It's fine. I don't really. It's fine because we'll just stick Blake as main tank.
Oof, Blake as main tank. No pressure. No pressure. I think Morgana should tank. Take away his privilege of playing Viper. See how he deals. Poor guy. Oh dear.
I mean, that was actually quite a short rant for me.
That was quite a short rant for you. It was only what, half an hour? If you took it, wow, I'm getting frame drops in the benchmark, I think.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I don't know.
What setting have I messed up here? Okay, whatever. I don't know. It could be just the fact that it's being sampled through the capture card. I don't know. You just came here and immediately see Owen Wilson as an aura. Is Owen Wilson ill? Owen Wilson. Wow. I shouldn't have eaten that burger. Wow. Yeah, he was sick on the boat. Yeah.
Well, Morgana, I'm banned from healing in raiding.
Got some kind of rash. Oh, you can heal if you like.
Oh, God, no. You've seen my healing.
I think with a few pointers, you'll be fine. Honestly, this is the first time I've actually ever felt like going, you know what? Maybe it's time to pass the torch to someone else to heal. You know? Finally to give up the healing job. But...
yeah.
The healers,
interesting, because I'll actually have to learn Gunbreaker.
But the healers are actually solid this time. But Picto just sounds like a great adventure. And from what I played, I really enjoyed it. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, it's just flavor of the year sort of thing. And maybe, I don't know. But when I was playing it, I was...
play a bit of Viper.
When I did play Viper. I did the entire dungeon as Viper, and I also did a B rank as a Viper, and I have footage of it that I can't share with people because I ran out of time. Viper was impossible to play, and that wasn't the Viper's fault. That wasn't my fault. Do you want to know why? So we were playing in Berlin, that on a server in Japan.
Oh yeah.
But they routed our connection through the United States first. So we were playing from Berlin, routed to somewhere in America, and then routed again all the way back around to Japan. So we had 400 ping was a good ping, over 1,000 in other situations. Now I'm not gonna lie to you, no one could weave anything with Viper. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's why all the footage that you ever see, even if people know exactly what they're doing, from a media tour, it's going to be not very good because they're going to miss every window. It was tight. It was very tight, and you can't do it. So a lot of it was me like smashing my head against buttons, going, how the hell am I supposed to do that before that? And it just simply couldn't. So it's not the sort of thing I would ever play if we were playing Cross Realm. Like if we were to visit Oceanic, I'd be like, nah, I'm good, thanks. You know what I mean? It's very latency dependent, that job. And you only, to get further information on that, all you have to do is go watch back the live letter, one of the latest live letters, where Yoshi P is perfectly weaving abilities because he's basically living inside the server. He's in the building where the server is. Or close to, right? But it was fun.
Yes, you are the only melee in the static, Morgana.
But Viper was very fun. I mean, I suppose I haven't really talked about it enough. It was, how do I describe it based on things I've played? It felt a little bit like if Samurai and Ninja had a baby with the ability to track buffs that Monk just lost. So, like, you had to be aware of everything. Like, for example, I'm not allowed to share with anybody a piece of paper I got given, right? The existence of the paper, I think, is allowed to be known. But they gave us paper that told us the rotation, the basic rotation for the new jobs. Okay, so that is something they gave to press and media. I can't tell you what was on the paper. But essentially, it works out that there's like 4 rotations that you need to execute for Viper that are very specific. It's tight. It is very tight. And when you don't get something correct, you're punished for it. Not as much as Ninja, but you're punished for it. There's a lot of room for exploration with that job, I think. I think a lot of people are going to have a long time sat down with it, theory crafting, which is a good thing. It's a really good thing. I think you'd agree. What I played, it was very enjoyable, but it was also incredibly maddening trying to pull anything off, which is ultimately one of the reasons why I didn't decide to do a video on it. So we had an allocation of things. I knew I wanted to do Pictomancer, and Pictomancer is very forgiving with timing, right? It's a caster, always has been. There's not too much to really fit in to get a great, the bigger picture of it. Whereas Viper was very dependent, even for some things to execute properly. It was, it was very, very rough. I wish I could show you the footage, but I would be breaking the rules. And I don't think I can. I don't think I'm allowed to show that footage until the game's out. If I was to go beyond my time limit, so I'm not going to push my luck, obviously. But it was enjoyable. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed the dungeon. I just found myself getting lost in the rotation very easily, pressing something and it being pressed but not actually going off, and then me going, oh, for God's sake, how is that not gone off? And then accidentally pressing something that was the next thing in the combo, but it hadn't lit up, but I'd muscle memory to press it because that's what I'd learned is the rotation for that thing. So like it'd be lit up, I'd press it, it wouldn't go off, and then it would be as if I'd pressed it without it being lit up, so it didn't based on the previous prop. So I broke my combo and lost the potency and lost the follow-up to that combo. So it was mostly me just getting angry at the server. So it was very hard to, like, you know, make something out of that. And I don't envy anybody who tried extensively to do it at the media tour, because it was just not something you could really do. That's why I think a lot of people are just going to look at tooltips and explain it instead of show footage of it fluently, because it's not going to fit in, right, is it? It's the experience of being there that matters. Oh, well, at the media tour. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was never questioning that. No, we're talking about specific jobs, Pepperjack. Not specifically the media tour as an experience. We heard it was a little scuff. Yeah, it was just the way they'd routed it. There was no way they could do it.
I think it makes sense when you think where the media tour was. It went to Japan, then America, then.
Yeah, apparently it was. Well, for example, the Biosphere. It was the first event they had ever hosted. This is something that HGP said to everybody. The first event they had ever hosted to do with computers or anything to do with video games. So the network infrastructure was not there to begin with, and they didn't have anything set up on the EU side that was hosting Dawntrail. The only server that was hosting it was a Japanese one. I don't know if it was the same for the US people, right? Was it? I would imagine it was, so, yeah.
Because they're probably hosting the private development server, aren't they? Rather than trying to port it across to like the US data center and then.
So their only
and then having to delete it.
Their only option was to do it like that, and I was very grateful to just be able to be there and play it. Right, Viper was not the. It was a reason for me to look into it in the first place, but it wasn't going to be the only reason. But I thought that it would be better to look at some other bits and pieces rather than, you know, focus too heavily on just the new jobs. But I really did feel myself getting far too comfortable with Pictomancer though, because I started off really scuffed and I was having a tough time, and then I just kept looking back at the tooltips and reading things properly and going, okay, that makes more sense. And then the more I learned about it, the more it just felt like a fluid movement. It was as if I was painting. It's hard to explain. It felt like everything lined up in your head. The one thing that will be something that I think people will do is they'll swift cast every second canvas creature. I'm pretty sure that'll be a thing because it saves so much time. Hyperphantasia, obviously getting the most out of that. Putting your AoE ley lines effectively in the correct place, making sure people stand in it, getting your 5 casts off before you follow up, using your shield, right? Your shield needs to be broken, which is going to be the hardest thing, especially if you've got a shield healer in your group. Isn't it a balls, I forget what the buff is that you get if your shield is broken. But anyway, it's got an AoE shield, and if the shield is broken, I think it's either I don't know if it's spell speed, or cooldown reduction. I forget which. But anyway, it's just all tying it together. It's trying to find out the reduced CD. There we go. Yeah, it's one of those ways of putting it. That would be the correct way of putting it. And then finding time for various different things. I love the fact that hammer is basically just I need to do mechanics now. Let's slam a hammer into someone whilst moving around, whilst you're basically building up other abilities and, you know, obviously trying to figure out which is the highest potency thing to do in every situation and finding the best use of hard casting a canvas is going to be an interesting one. Yeah, It's going to be a lot of research, honestly, for that. But the general, the feel of it, the play feel was really, really smooth. I was very impressed. Yeah, and I didn't really mind the way that the job actions were following on from each other with like one or two button combos into it. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't mind that as much as I thought I would. I genuinely thought I was going to have a big issue with it. My expectations were going into it, oh, Pictomancer is just going to be too easy. It's going to be boring. It's going to be suffering from Summoner's issues. And it can be compared quite heavily to Summoner, but better. Like, way better. It's like if Summoner was fun. I know that sounds bad, because I like Summoner. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoy Summoner. But it was if Summoner just had, like, another set of mechanics that made it actually quite skillful and fun, and you were rewarded for pressing them. It's like that. Like, take your enjoyment if you love Summoner and then times it by 50. You will take your Summoner Jobstone and you will put it on the mantelpiece and it will get dusty, because Pictomancer is infinitely more enjoyable if you like that kind of gameplay. And it even feels like you're summoning things as well, like with the canvases and the, you know, getting the pieces of the creature summoned, getting your Moogle out, getting your, you know, it's great. It's really great. Poor Summoner look is great, but the 3-button window. Now don't be too harsh to Summoners. Come on now. I'm not saying you're wrong though, but I think a lot of people expected oh, there was Dragoon as well. Dragoon didn't get really much of a change at all. They could basically cut back 2 of your abilities, baked a lot of stuff together, and then made it so that there's less positionals, and then just potency changes.
What happened to the supposed reworks?
Doesn't exist.
Which is
weird, funny how Black Mage was touted as minor changes, yet the biggest reworks in this entire build that we played, let's call it that, just to cover our backs. In the build that I played, the biggest changes were to Black Mage and not anything else. Absolutely. Like, Astro got changed less than Black Mage. That's crazy, isn't it? So what?
Well, all this stuff about job identity in 8.0.
Oh boy, yeah. Go on.
You don't think that's a reaction to the feedback, do you? Of the jobs?
Most definitely, yeah. I think that the game is very much based on up-to-date feedback, and they're always watching and listening, and it's a good thing.
Because I mean, they've been doing like, oh, Dragoon is getting a rework, and we're doing all this rework, and then it's suddenly, oh yeah, we're doing the battle content, but we're going to do the jobs are different. So I think they just got it completely wrong and just backtracked and went, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's fair to say, to be perfectly honest with you, but they are obviously taking on board everything that people are saying on videos and streams and things. So they're doing the best they can. It's just, I think that the planning was already set in place, right? And now they're having to. But then
why would you go on about having a rework and then not do it, and then say you're going to be doing 8.0 is a bit.
Things change. Maybe something changed internally. Maybe, I don't know. You'd have to probably ask, but you wouldn't be able to ask that question anyway. I don't think, really. Not realistically. No. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm excited for 8.0's radical changes, though. I think a lot of people will probably play the game, and then the biggest changes will be to the game itself and not their jobs. And that's fine. It's just going to feel like we're playing... No, it just feels like we're playing Endwalker's jobs, basically. Which is why I'm like... I'm not going to lie to you, that's another reason why I'm like... actually quite fancy something different. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people will be like, you know what? Let's try this Pictomancer and Viper thing, you know? I think a lot of people are in that situation, and I don't blame them. They're not wrong. But on the other side, my counter to your argument would be, if it isn't broken and they've got no plans to fix it in a way that would not make it even more broken, why bother fixing it until they've got something in place to make it so that it's better, based on the feedback they get from this expansion? Because that's exactly what they're going to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get it, but then why announce you're doing it in the first place?
Because maybe, I don't remember when the original announcement was for that, but they could have...
They said they was going to do it in 6.3, but then they postponed it to 7.0, and now they're not doing it at all.
Until 8.0,
Which
yeah.
is...
I mean, things happen all the time. It depends, right, on what development time you've had and how much of a crunch you're doing internally, right? We don't know what it's like. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. Obviously, I always do. Yeah. People always think I'm overly defending, but it's more of being neutral, isn't it? That's my whole focus to this. Is maybe there is something we don't know, because typically I've seen people rant about stuff before, and then it turns out there was an actual reason for it, and it's like, oh, now I feel like a dumbass. You know what I mean? So I think in these sorts of years, I've less knee-jerk reacted. I think that's the difference between maybe me and some other content creators, is I don't immediately jump on the bandwagon of hating something, or I want the facts from Square Enix first. I know that might be bad. I know some people might not like that, but I don't see the value in just, going off on one about something I have either no information about or any facts about. But we'll see, right? I mean, it looks to me like it's going to be a fantastic expansion. Whether or not you agree based on job decisions is entirely, a separate thing. But I think it's a much bigger thing than just jobs, right? And changes to that. It is, as Yoshi P said in the interview, there's a lot more to the game than just ultimate raiding and savage raiding. I think that was one of his replies to one of Shenpai's questions, wasn't it? There's more to the game. There is more people that do other things. So I think you should just temper your expectations. And
I don't have any expectations.
It sucks for you specifically, because I think you, as a black mage, have probably got the worst shovel. You know what I mean? Like the clearing out of stables, you get the big heap on the top first, right? Because for no particular reason, they decided to change it in the way they did. Now, that's not without saying that you can't give feedback on this and be like, hey, no, this is, you need to give your feedback in a constructive way anyway, so that we don't have a repeat of it in the future. They can change things between major patches as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah, they won't change that.
Yeah, but they could line up. They've done some major changes to jobs before with major patches. Like you could say, right, by 7.5, they revert these changes and do something else. They could do that. Redesigning the entire job, not going to happen.
See, I don't see them doing it because it was obviously calculated change. So they're not going to change it, are they? Because let's be honest. You have to have known the reaction you're going to get to the Black Mage changes by a lot of Black Mage players.
Probably.
So.
It's just it's one of those things I think you should wait and see.
I think the worst part is when they literally said that, well, the jobs just aren't going to. When they say in interviews, well, the jobs didn't really get much change.
Yeah.
This patch, and then it's like
maybe that is the worst part of it actually, because it would probably be better if they had not said anything about that at all.
Yeah.
I mean, what's done is done, right? It's just about enjoying what there is, or not enjoying what there is. Maybe playing something else like you plan to with Gunbreaker. You know, if that's something that interests you.
Not particularly.
Not particularly, but he's going to play tank anyway. Fantastic work, James. Fantastic work.
Well, there's no chance in hell I'm playing Black Mage, so well, unless I have to.
Really?
Yeah.
You really feel that bad about it? No way, dude. Really?
Oh yeah.
I never thought I would hear the day where you would say no Black Mage. You are the Black Mage that I know. You know?
I know.
That's weird. What would make you happy? What would you need for it to be back again?
Endwalker.
You just want it to be back to how it was before.
I mean, I would. You know, literally, they could have not changed the job at all for Dawntrail, and just gone. Here you go. You just got an extra 100 an extra 10 levels, and I'd been all right, fine. It wouldn't have bothered me.
So you're looking forward to 8.0's Black Mage changes, presumably?
Oh yes, yes. They'll probably just get rid of the Astral Fire timers.
Aside from that, are you excited for the expansion? Oh boy.
Not really.
Really? You're not excited for the expansion?
Oh, like I said to you when we were talking on Discord the other day, I do two things in this game, which is the story and the raiding.
Right.
That's pretty much all I do.
Why are you not excited for the storyline?
It's difficult to get hyped for a new story when you don't know what it's going to be.
But that's part of the adventure, no?
Well, you could be interested. I am interested in how it's going to go.
Well, obviously, it's not just going to be a summer holiday. There's obviously going to be something bad that happens, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, you can't really have any expectations. Like, for example, Endwalker being the end, 6.0 being the end, you had sort of expectations of where the story was going. So you could be excited for that. Whereas now you're kind of like, ooh, I wonder where it's going to go, but you can't really have any expectation for it.
I can guarantee you that the expansion comes out, you start playing it, and you'll be like, it's getting really interesting, and then you'll be doing New Game Plus week 5.
However much I criticize their job design department, their story writing department is amazing. So
yeah, they're incredible. That's all right.
Yes,
it's incredible what they have put together so far. So I have my expectations for the story are just to be blown away as usual. I find it very hard to be skeptical about that side of things. Like the planning is great.
Not skeptical, just no expectations for it, because I don't have any expectation how it's going to go, so it's kind of wait and see. The raid thing, I wasn't a big fan of Endwalker's battle design. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Endwalker's battle design, so it's same as.
Yeah.
But then they did say they changed a lot of battle designs, so we'll have to wait and see. The aesthetic sounds cool, and the storyline for it looks really cool as well.
Yeah, the idea it's like a tournament of champions sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like a fighting pit.
Yeah, I like the idea of that, so quite hyped for that one.
It's kind of tricky, isn't it? Because I was saying this to funnily enough, to my dad, actually, who thinks the name of this expansion is Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail, by the way.
Of course.
He was like, have you been doing videos on that Dawntrail? I was like, what? Just laughing my ass off for the next 10 minutes. What? What did you call it? He's like, Dawntrail? It's like Dawntrail, Dad. Dawntrail.
I mean, good on him for taking the time to learn it.
Yeah.
Sort of.
He's like weirdly interested in it all of a sudden. It's very strange. It's very strange.
We're gonna have to buy your dad the game. He could be our new healer.
Oh no. No, I don't think he'd be good at healing. No. I don't know what he'd play actually. He'd probably be just looking at the scenery and jumping off things. That's usually what he does. Like in any of the games he's ever played before when I was a kid, he would deliberately, like, if it was a car game, he'd be like, I want to drive the car off this cliff to see what happens, and that's all he'd do. He'd be like Colin McRae, and he'd be losing and be laughing about it. And in Grand Theft Auto, all he did was go around killing people with a car, like running them over. That's all he did. He had no interest in anything else. I'm like, aren't you bored yet? He's like, no. Because it's something I can't do in real life. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad about that.
That is something that we used to do as well. It's like the first thing we ever used to do in the game. Is the fall damage, can you die to it?
I guess. I don't know. I think he's a little bit more, what do you call it? I'm not saying malicious, but he's got like a darker undertone to when he plays games than I have, and I didn't think that was possible. Like his darker side comes to the surface way quicker than I expected. I was like, what are you doing? I'm watching people burn. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh dear. He doesn't play games. He doesn't really enjoy them, but he I don't know. He's the sort of person that's like supportive, but then when you do put a controller in his hand, he will just watch the world burn. He will. He would be, if he was into games, he'd be the sort of person that would just be the biggest troll that you'd ever meet. Genuinely, he would be the scourge of any community, I can guarantee it. But yeah. Yeah. So you basically hate the game now. That's what people are going to get from this. People are going to take their takeaway from this is, oh, I don't know who Meoni was talking to, but this weird friend of his that he's known for far too long in his life, he should get rid of because he bloody hates the game. And you know, that's what they're going to say. They know, you know, for a fact that's what they're going to say.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if they're completely wrong this time.
Neither am I, to be honest.
I think you're just full of misunderstanding. Yeah, you're full of misunderstanding, and I think until we get the game in front of you, I don't think you'll be the same. I think a lot of people are like that. Everyone's like got very interesting expectations for the next 10 years of a game. Like this is the start of another 10-year adventure. It's going to have a rough start, right? Most things do, but we'll see. It depends on how they designed the fights, right? If you can look past the jobs and the fights are actually compelling and enjoyable, then I can imagine you'll just look past it and go, you know what, it's worth it because the content's good. If the content is the same as it was before and the fights are unimaginative, which I doubt they would be, because if you remember, the quotation was paraphrasing the criticism, and our own criticism of a game has been that the game has bosses that are far too similar to each other and the mechanics are far too similar, and we don't want to be afraid of taking risks, right? That's the, you know, out of context paraphrased version of his quote. And I think if you take that on board and realize that, yeah, if you look back, Endwalker was kind of the same, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Everything was kind of the same.
Just with more body checks.
That's the part of it that I'm hoping he's referring to as going, you know, let's, instead of just going, we need 8 people alive every 5 seconds of every fight ever, let's have some like different mechanics that come out, like different ways of doing things. Because the idea is not only job identity, but more along the lines of memorable bosses, right? Boss identity. So you go, hey, you remember the fight with that? Oh God, yeah, I do. Because you'll remember the mechanic rather than just, do you remember that boss that was like every other boss in that entire expansion but was a tree? Yeah, I guess. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that they take that on board and go, let's just go wild. Let's have something so unbelievably unexpected. Let's throw these eggs at a wall, see what sticks, and see if people hate it. And then, you know, taking risks is something that 14 hasn't been afraid of doing with a lot of other content in a game. But I think it's fair to say that the combat side of things has suffered because they haven't taken the same approach. So a lot of the content that has been, let's see what works, has been what was previously, but is now a bad term, the casual content, right? Diadem remade into various iterations, Eureka content, stuff like that. Deep Dungeons have seen a massive jump in quality. Like Eureka Orthos is incredible, but the savage scene and stuff is, and the extremes are kind of, they're not that memorable, are they? The only thing you remember from the fights is maybe the boss itself because of how cool the design is. But if I was to bring up a mechanic, you'd be like, oh, which of the 17 fights is that on? That could literally have that fight, that mechanic. You know what I mean? The only reason you know the tree boss is a tree boss because I say tree boss and you know which tree boss I mean.
Yeah.
But if I mention like, oh yeah, the mechanic where you have to, I don't know, insert mechanic name here, you'd be like, right, but which iteration of that? Because there's been like 7. Oh, you know, the limit cut fight. Which one, Meoni? Limit cut has been used in every fight for the last 5-7 years.
It's like Lunar
Levin
Dynamo,
Strike, yeah.
it?
Lunar Dynamo and Chariot. Yes.
Iron Chariot.
Iron Chariot, Lunar Dynamo.
And it's like they change the name, and every single time I see a donut AOE, I go, oh, it's Lunar Dynamo.
Yeah, and it's like conceptual, such as it, you know, dude. Just it's Lunar Dynamo. It's a freaking circle. You know, get in, get out. Natural alignment. There we go. That's you will always remember P3S. That's only because you were blinded by the fight.
Now I really ever see red.
Yeah, that fight made me use Reshade. That was the first time I used Reshade. I actually installed it for the game because it was too bright. It was on prog for that. It hurt my eyes. Like, and I don't have that kind of problem ever with like photosensitivity. That fight sucked. So anybody who did have any issues, oh boy, that was not a fun time.
I used the old Ansel when it was literally called Ansel.
Yeah, before it's the NVIDIA app. Yeah. You saw a tweet saying there's no run back when you take the shortcut after a wipe. Teleports you straight to the boss. It does anyway.
I think he's talking about dungeons takes you straight back to the boss where you are. If you die in the boss fight. As opposed to the boss beforehand.
Oh.
Because if you die in a dungeon now, if you wipe...
Well, in Dawntrail.
You get...
Oh, I didn't wipe.
Yeah. Well, you did, but...
Oh, I died... Hold on. Yeah, I died with a truss. Hold on, I'm trying to think. I think it did. Yeah, you're right. I think it did just teleport me back to via the shortcut to that boss. Well, I didn't even. Yeah, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. That's such a subtle change.
Well, it's something they've done in Alliance Raid for ages, isn't it?
It is. I didn't even notice. It just felt natural. Yeah, I died. I think it was as Viper actually when we were doing.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. When I was fighting these llamas, though. So this is the zone tour footage that I had in a video. And you can see the size of Tulialal. It's actually quite big. And this is all on different levels. So you've got all these buildings on a high level and there's steps that go up. And then this right at the top. And then there's the jumping puzzle is right here. Around this section. And Pint was trying to do the jumping puzzle, but I don't think they allowed it. They put like an invisible wall at a certain height so you couldn't get up all the way because they didn't want people to do it all the way, which was a bit sad, but I think they wanted to keep that as a, as a surprise. This section of the city is very strange. There's not a lot going on here, but one thing I did find is a guy that, it's on this footage. He looks like he's the, like a Beastmaster, which is really interesting. And then we got the llamas. The llamas just look insane. The quality of this footage is awful. like it's 1080p, low bitrate, but that's what we were allowed to have, because if you think about it, they've got so many different creators that they have to send content for. They had to have some limitations. So I would have loved nothing more to record some 1440p high bitrate footage, but this is all we got. But even in this, you can tell how incredible some of this stuff looks. And the grass, this is another thing as well. Just the less of these horrible patches of just pixels and just actual grass blades everywhere. It's so good. You haven't watched that video yet? I mean, this entire stream, we're talking about all of the stuff from this, so we're only skipping through. Just talking about some bits. Just trying to jog my memory if I come up with anything as I remember it, basically. It's kind of like a director's cut. So this part of the city as well, with the ships and things, I was surprised about the design of these ships. I don't know what this particular design of ship is called. I know that I would call this like a different term, but I know that I'd probably be insulting some nationality by getting it wrong or something, so I'm not even going to attempt to. But yeah. Oh, Dragon Raid. What's going on, Raiders? How's things? How was your stream? What did you get up to today? We're just chilling out. We were talking about Black Mage for about 40 minutes a minute ago, so with my friend James, who's not happy about the expansion. How was your stream? What did you get up to? How's things? Thank you for giving a shout out there for the lovely Sake. Hey, Sar. How you doing? But yeah, we're just sort of chilling out. I realize there's no like music or anything in the background, but that's fine. But yeah, we were just going over the zone tour thingy, and we were at the moment, and we were talking about jobs and class design and the direction that they might be heading for 8.0 and stuff like that. It's been, yeah, there's a lot of doom posting out there on the internet, and I've just realized my friend is part of that. But he's got his reasons, right? He's apprehensive. I think the Black Mage changes have made a lot of people who were very heavily invested into anything other than non-standard are just like, yeah, I'm done. So I can see where they're coming from. But
yeah.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi.
We just got raided with Sake and her community. So I was just saying how much you were ranting about Black Mage.
It was quite tame for me.
I don't think that was tame at all. Are you thinking of quitting the game? Yes, if I wasn't committed to a static. Yeah, that's... Jeez, man. Are you going to... I don't want to play Black Mage at all unless I have to. I'm like, whoa. Jeez. I was like, are you looking forward to Gunbreaker then, since you said you'd flex to it? And your answer exactly was, no, not really. Jeez.
I mean, compared to my adventure friend rant, it was quite tame.
Yeah. Maybe you'll have more adventurer friends this time around. You were talking a lot and talked about astrologian and scholar. Nothing else. Nice. You see what? I see clearly now the rants have gone.
You can't really complain about adventurer friends anymore because I kind of fixed it with story.
The fact that they're from other shards and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, complain about the trust version of Thaumaturge in the early levels.
Oh, for God's sake.
That's the most idiotic thing I've ever seen in my life. But
I've had my daily dose of your negativity, and it's great. I love it. Keep it coming.
I actually think they need to fix that. Oh no, personal. Well, no. Here's the thing. Let's say you start as a Thaumaturge, yeah.
Oh God!
And you're going to Tasha with the trust.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
And you see the Thaumaturge in your group.
Yeah.
Casting Fire 1, then Blizzard, then Thunder 1, then Fire 1, Blizzard 1, Thunder 1. What are the chances you're going to copy it?
Pretty high, I would imagine, for a new player, right? Because it'd be like, this trust is doing this.
Yeah. And the only reason it's a problem is because it shows the cast bar. Take the cast bar away from it. And
so you're saying hide what they're casting so that people don't... Oh, jeez. It doesn't make any sense, actually. But the thing is, as well, I think the big problem... We're back to bloody Black Mage discussions. The last point I'm going to make on this is, why is the job so different at level 40 content than it is end game content. It's two different jobs, and there's this huge lack of learning. Like the leveling process should be a learning the leveling process in this game should be how to play your job, and when you get to max level you can apply those things you have learned. It does not work that way. It does not work that way in the slightest, especially for jobs like Black Mage, where you're playing half the game as something and then the rest of the game it's a different job.
If I changed it, you'd get Fire 4 at level 40.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would get Umbral Soul at level 42. That's where I would put that. Yeah. Just before Stone Vigil and
Blizzard
stuff like that.
4 would be about 34. Then you get your Rumble Hearts to begin with.
It gets better at 60, 70, 80, 90. Yeah, but the point is...
He's not wrong. Yeah, we'll stop at 90.
I love your enthusiasm.
That is actually what Mage players say, actually. You do.
I know, it's brilliant.
It gets better.
You're looking forward to Gunbreaker? Nice.
Yeah, it's the fact it goes from a proc-based job into a timer-based job at level 60, and it's like, well, 58, I think it is.
Maybe that's the secret to bringing Old Summoner back for people who miss it. They just put that for the first 40 levels and then change it into...
I mean, you could put any job for the first.
You know how punishing that would be. You know how pissed off people would be. That would be the equivalent, wouldn't it? So I was looking forward to playing Gunbreaker, but worried how hard I'm going to get smacked in the head with 40% mitigation. Oh yeah, the fact that we're getting so much more. The fact that tanks have so much more mitigation, self healing, and it's just ridiculous. There's either some content that's going to be really tough and actually healing intensive.
Actually, that's a question for you. How do you feel about that as a healer main?
What, the idea that the tanks require all of this extra stuff? Now, do they require all this, or are they just padding them so they can solo even more? Because at the minute, if there's a warrior in a dungeon or something, I know, small content, it doesn't really matter. But if you're in a dungeon with a warrior, I don't have to heal them. Like, if I'm on Sage, it's Cardia on them if I feel like it. Or sometimes I put Cardia on a DPS and I just let the tank do what he wants. And it's full-size pulls.
I've been doing Relic, that's why I talked to you, and I just soloed Lapis Minalis last boss as a tank. Yeah. But a samurai.
Mm-hmm. It's, it doesn't...
As a Gunbreaker.
The thing with me is, as a healer, like at endgame, in all of the content I have managed to do so far, which I'm, lucky to have done this tier recently, even though it was outside of our static, it annoys me no end to have to not think about healing. I'm the sort of person that prefers the idea of, if something big is going to come our way, it should be my responsibility to deal with that. Mm-hmm. And if we die, it's my fault. They've taken that away from me over the last few years. And I like DPSing, but all it ever is now is, oh crap, I missed this particular GCD. Oh look, my DPS pass is effed. Because that's all that matters in Savage. No one ever cares about your healing. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're, pink healer. Wow, amazing. Yeah.
But then, even if they've designed... I mean, as a raider, I can see designing the jobs around end-game content. But if you're designing the end-game content that the tanks need that much mitigation and healing, then you're doing something wrong, because that means that literally every single piece of content other than high-end raiders is basically going to be trivial as a healer. You basically just going to be stood around.
Especially with no hard mode content. There's still a gap between...
Yeah.
There's still a huge gap between content as well. That's the problem, because extreme modes have become easier over the years. I think most people will agree with that. Extreme difficulty fights are way easier than they ever used to be.
What I want is to push the new extremes into a hard mode and then have a new extreme version come out, which is harder.
extreme, yeah.
Oh no, you just rename all the extremes.
This was exactly what Criterion was supposed to answer, but it didn't. It didn't answer it because it had no rewards. the rewards were garbage. And then they had to go,
Yeah.
wait, what do we put in here? Oh, I don't know. Get those really cool crafted the tome weapons and make them glow. Quick, put those in there. And then and people were like, I guess I'll do it for that. You know, but at the end of the day, it didn't fit in. I don't know. I think Criterion is a great example of content that's underutilized. Because, especially Criterion Savage, it could have been more. And so could Criterion. It could have been that gap, the bridge gap. I don't know how they would execute it.
I think having a possible third set of endgame gear just for Criterion Savage. I mean, you can make it exactly the same stats.
Well, that's what people were saying. Why is there not like another set of progression to bridge that gap? Why is there just, you know, this weird disparity?
I mean, you can make it exactly the same stat-wise and just make it different design.
Because it's like the Tombstone stuff, to upgrade the Tombstone stuff, you need to do the Savage Raid, but to do the Savage Raid, the gap between that, Extreme doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form. So it's like, and the way that they're designing Savage fights now is about, they're focusing more on, because the job homogenization, well, I shouldn't use that, but the job simplification in some places,
streamlining
there we go, that's the buzzword. The job streamlining has forced their hand to now focus on more body check requirements for fights in Savage, because in quote they need to make it harder because the jobs themselves are not harder to play. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the...
That's how the balance works. You put things easy on one side of the balance, the other side has to go down too.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the raiding progression over the expansions, you have Heaven's Ward with the super complicated jobs.
Yeah.
For some of them anyway. I don't remember all of them. But then, from what I remember of a lot of Savage, it was like a mechanic, and then you had a bit of downtime, and then there was another mechanic, a bit down. Then they started...
Yeah.
And then it's got to the point these days where it's like, well, you got this mechanic, then this mechanic, then this mechanic, then you have a bit of downtime. Then you got these 5 mechanics back to back.
All right, take it easy, Wild Arms. Thank you for coming by the stream. 53-second warrior freefall timer PTSD. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I remember when the cooldowns didn't reset on a wipe.
Oh, dear. I think there's a lot to learn from Endwalker that I don't think has been learnt by the dev team fully yet, which is...
I think from a raiding perspective, they need to balance the fights out a bit better. Because
they just need to, like when they said they're going to make each fight unique and feel unique, I will see it when I believe it, and I don't want to be the skeptical, like, naysayer in the corner, but... It's all well and good saying that, but if the next tier of fights in the Arcadion, the next 2 tiers or 3 tiers, as it will be, right? It's just, oh, do you have 8 people alive at 30 seconds into the fight? Good. Check. Yeah. It feels like we're in Bottom's Metal. It feels like they've gone, you know what's fun? Bottom's Metal. How many people have ticked off the mechanic? How cool. If all 4 people have done it, you win.
Can we get Bottom Metal Savage?
Bottom's Metal just Ultimate, yeah.
Just that one where there's no
the real question is, why is Bottom's Metal just not that mechanic based thing? Why don't they just reuse that for the Hall of the Novice? Just reskin it, get rid of the Hall of Novice, and put it in there, and make people actually do proper mechanics that are actually going to see in the game.
Oh, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, because it's literally a totem fight. It's like a striking dummy that fights back. Then you'd learn how to do your meteors on like your like a level 10 or whatever. Stuff you would need to learn how to do things. You know how to. It still wouldn't fix many of the other more practical issues. But yeah, the event is in 30 minutes. What? I thought it was at 11. It's at 10. Oh, cool. Right. Well, wait. In 30 minutes, it's 9:40, so... What?
What are you looking at?
So is it 20 past 10? Chile? I'm confused.
It's at 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, is it 10? All right, okay. Anyway, let's
10
go through this zone
yeah.
tour thing very quickly. So the things that I've seen on the way and things are these guys. What are these guys called again? What's this race called? The guys with the eyes. The guys with the eyes. These lizardy men, chameleon guys. Those are so cool in person. They are so cool. Are they actually the Mamorcha? Crazy frog. You have now ruined this race for me forever. Thank you, more coffee. Oh, they're from 11. Oh, I don't. Okay, I guess I didn't see them. Okay. Dear, just everything about this. I just want to go to these islands, but I can't. That's the one thing I remember thinking. The quality of this NPC's clothes made me stare at her for longer than I would care to admit. I was like, wow. Wow, this character looks good. Just a general NPC, you know? Looks really good. That was my first impressions. Also, when are we getting the ability to write in a notepad as an emote? Question mark? It's been in the game for years, but we need it. That aetheryte made me question reality. I went up to it. I was staring at it like a moth in a flame for way longer than I should have. It's absolutely gorgeous, and this quality footage does not do it justice. But also, look at the foliage again. That's something that I don't. That's why I can't play the game in a minute. I walk around Final Fantasy 14.
Is it because you can't touch grass?
Yes, true. Real trash, at least. Real trash? Real grass. I can't touch trash, apparently. Well, my brain's all over the place.
Wait, why would you want to?
I don't know. Depends. They're also growing, like, tobacco and things or something. Oh, or raspberries. What is tomatoes? I don't know. Potatoes, probably. This gear, I need. I specifically included this.
If they don't have at least one really pixelated piece of fruit on one of them trees.
Oh, they do. There actually is. Ow. Yeah, there's like an apple that's like square. Yeah. I think they did it deliberately. This armor, I need that armor. I don't know what you think about that, but it is gorgeous. It looks so much better in a game than it does on this footage.
I mean, it's really good for a dragoon gear, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that is a dragoon. It's got a glaive, doesn't it? I love the boots and things on this. Really, I love the feathers and stuff. It reminded me of the Reaper gear. I did a few pans and things to give some perspective of where things are. There's a mini aetheryte down there in that section. Those double boated boats. I forget what they're called. Tacos. There was taco stands. Lots of tacos being eaten by dudes. I need an eat taco emote, and please don't put it behind a promotion in Japan. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Little details like the fluffy bits on these sticks on awnings that wouldn't like if it was designed 2 years ago, it wouldn't be fluffy. It'd be just a stick. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, and all this lights up as well. All these little lanterns at night. It's absolutely gorgeous. Then we got like these pots and pans and things, and all of the NPCs for the most part were missing for reasons. There's a Pelu Pelu. So Pelu Pelu obviously going to be one of the new tribes. Traders. Literally Dawn traders. This guy's hat, by the way. This guy's hat. I need that hat. It looks weird.
It looks like he's wearing it backwards.
It's such a cool hat. I love it. It's probably like some cultural hat that I don't know about because I'm ignorant. It's cool. It's got like, I don't know, like bumps in it.
Layers.
Yes, layered. A layered hat.
Why? Maybe he's just wearing two hats.
He could be wearing two hats. Then we got an angry bartender that's totally not Rowena in Hrothgar form, right?
Rowena doesn't have a bar.
No, but she could do. And if she did, she'd be the best barkeep in the world. We got Taco Man, Taku Vanu Vanu, having a great time. I also don't like these guys because they've got no pupils in their eyes. It's really ominous. It's like a skull. Really strange. It reminds me of Cubone every time I look at it. I don't know why.
Oh, Cubone.
Also, I need this pineapple lantern for housing. All I ever did was in this entire time I was playing it, I was like, that needs to be a mount, that needs to be a mount, that needs to be a mount, that needs to be a minion, that needs to be a housing item. Yeah, typical me looking at things. I want that banner as a housing item. So that's presumably the banner of Tural.
That'll definitely be a house item at some point, probably smaller.
It's probably Yok Tural and not Yak Tural, right? Because it's north and south divide. North side is the best. No, south side is the best. An empty house. Oh yeah, this bit with the glowy bits, and then this guy looks like. At first, I thought the animation was I'm going to throw this child off a cliff, but it reminds me.
That's just you playing games.
But it reminds me more of, you know, like the Lion King thing. But have you seen the meme where he holds Simba up and then throws him off the cliff?
Yeah.
That needs to be a thing. It really does. And then we've got the big place with Galul Jar Jar is inside that bit. And I couldn't get in that bit. There was a locked door. So presumably that cutscene actually happens and you actually have to duel him or something. I don't know. But this palace room is gorgeous.
No, that won't be an actual thing.
Do you not think? Also, this is the bit that I wanted to show the most of. Beastmaster.
I mean, how are you gonna duel on a white mage in a cutscene?
Easily, I glare him to death. I get glare 4. I get glare 4 off presence of mind, so you know, dead. Lightning bolts.
They're not gonna do 20 odd cutscenes, are they?
Sure they will. They did it. They did it for Xenos. You know, he got punched in the face.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna walk in and just have a cutscene where you have a boxing match,
a boxing match, yeah. Gwen says, so guys, do you think all the very nice NPCs and even the little ones, there'll be a mini rework of the NPCs livening up the old major cities, like a bunch of kids playing in these streets?
I believe they said that was going to come later on, didn't they?
No, only the graphical stuff, but I don't think they'll add new NPCs. Do I want to stretch my legs before the show? Yeah, I will in a moment. Beastmaster. First possible Beastmaster recorded. This map's cool as well, of the Kozama Uka area, all of these names and stuff. I was made sure that I'd included a picture of the map so that people could, like, look at the map.
Light of Wee Wingless.
There's some really good things. This is the Moblins area over here, the Earthen Shire, which has got little buildings and stuff. There's like terracotta buildings or whatever you want to call them from Dravanian Hinterlands.
House of Winds High.
Yeah, that's a tree house.
House of Waters High.
Yeah, they're all tree houses and things like that. Yeah. But yeah, this zone in particular was just absolutely gorgeous, and then like recreating stuff from the actual trailer. It's just so true to the CG cutscene in as true a way as they physically could. But the graphics here, look, it's all blurring because of the bitrate of the recording. But this, I could not believe when I was walking through here how, I know it's probably like something everyone's like, yeah, it's grass, Meoni, but find somewhere in a game that looks like that with grass. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. This is a different game. Completely different. People are going to take this for granted in a year from now, maybe less than that, maybe in the first week.
Oh, it's good. Oh, by the time we get to like 7.2, this will just be normal.
Yeah. Shiny frogs, by the way. They're really, really shiny. On the actual in-game, not on this footage, the frogs look so out of place. Like they've just come out the river and everything else is like completely different textured. Also the fur on the side of the palm trees, gorgeous stuff. I love this zone, honestly. Have fur? Yes, they do. We have a palm tree in our garden, and it's got all this like furry stuff all over it. It's like twine almost. Hundreds.
How do you have a palm tree in England?
Yeah, we've had it since we moved here.
How is that? That's got to be like the best palm tree in the world.
It's enormous. It's almost as big as the house now, like in terms of height. It's gone really well, and it spews its seeds out at this time of year, so all you hear at night is...
The worst part is I've been to his house like 100 times and never even noticed.
Well, you've never been that side of a garden before, have you, really? But yeah, this place, this is the shot. This is the shot that I was happiest with. I was like, oh my god, that looks amazing. Again, bear in mind, this is awful footage recorded at 1080p, lowest bitrate so they could send this to multiple people because I did over 100 clips, right? some of them 20 minutes long. So they had to deal with people like me and had to lower the bitrate, obviously. But this is also before the lighting and shader stuff was finalized. So all of this is like old, early stuff. You'll also see some flickering of the waterfalls. That's part of the early, it's development stuff, early development. So that should be fixed. But yeah, the whole place was gorgeous. The underwater stuff was probably the least interesting to me. It looked pretty, but there's not really much. It doesn't feel like they've touched that too much. But yeah, the flora and fauna looking great. The new mobile models upgraded.
They really do need to do something with underwater stuff, don't they? There's not really any.
Well, when you have an entire underwater zone, and I mean, I guess they put A ranks underwater, but inside those bubble domes. There's the mount. Oh, by the way, this is a weird thing with this mount. I thought we were going to be hanging onto the side of it like with Cruise Chaser, but it's actually a transformation mount. You go inside of it. I didn't realize that. I was like, oh, let's have a quick look at the Collector's Edition mount. Oh, I am the mount. So you actually turn into the mount. I wasn't sure if I liked that or not. I know it's not the first time they've done it, but with Cruise Chaser, don't you hang onto the side of it? Pretty sure you do. And the big question I have for this zone is this. What are these? Because they're everywhere and they're the size of buildings, some of these claw marks. So either there's been a very fiery dragon destroying the place, part of a storyline, or someone's, I don't know, made a specific fiery mark that doesn't go out. I don't know what's that about. These guys are cool, the mountain guys. I love those.
Aftermath of the battle between the Alligans and the Mercidian dragons.
Mercidians, yeah. And then my favourite bit, the foliage, even though the bit rate's tanking on it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous though. But hopefully people are happy with the coverage that I gave from the media tour. I know some people weren't too happy with it, which is fine. We don't always have to like everything. But I tried my best with what little we could do. And I think my focus on Pictomancer was my own downfall. I spent way too much time on it. I was like, I'm enjoying this too many times. I did two full Pictomancer dungeon runs because I couldn't believe it. And then half another dungeon run with Pictomancer. And then I did a B rank. And then I did a bunch of fates. And before I realized, I was like, God, I'm playing this as if I'm playing the actual game. Stop, Meoni, stop.
Hey, Mio, what did you do during the media tour?
Pictomancer.
Oh, wait, yeah, I only played, yeah.
Yeah. I did play a lot. I played Summoner and things like that. These are things I haven't got footage on, though. But I could have probably made that a 5-minute video instead. And I don't know, I could have done a really bad Viper video with the latency, but I don't think they want me to showcase that. I'd rather play it when it comes out and actually, learn it properly. But, Right, I'm going to be right back, 2 minutes, and then we're going to watch the Summer Game Fest. So, short break, get a drink of water, you have a cigarette break probably, and then we'll be back. So, thank you so much for watching so far. I know this has been a weird stream, but sometimes you just need to break the ice, especially after an event like that. Right, be right back. I don't have any music or anything, do I?
You got a playlist?
You can watch this instead. Be right back. right. Cool. Summer Game Fest. I should have probably opened a link for this. Summer Game Fest. Oh, it's literally right there. Game Awards. Okay. Cool. Let's see what games then are announced. Expectations, very little. Are you there, James? It's probably still AFK. Skip ahead to live broadcast. I want to. Why is there there's an advert for Panadol? Amazing. I might need that after some of the announcements. Oh my goodness, these adverts. Resident Evil 9? It doesn't matter if it's just started. We should be able to catch up pretty quickly. Oh, there's a skip button. There's a skip button. Here we are. So what are we expecting? My expectations are so low. We're guessing, right? Here's my guess. 5v5 Overwatch clone, number 73, right? The 73rd of them that we see this year.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Summer Game Fest
2024. VR games.
You ready to see some video games?
Yes. Yes, Jeff. We are ready.
We are so thrilled to be here with you, and this is a showcase of what's next for games live from the YouTube Theater here in LA. Now, if you're watching this show, first of all, welcome. I know everyone around the world is joining us for this special moment. And I know if you watch this show, you don't just play games, you deeply care about this art form and the health of this industry. The good news is that we have a lot of amazing games to show you from creators around the world over the next 2 hours.
2 hours? I thought it was an hour. Okay, cool. All right. Hello, James. Welcome back.
But let's also
Jeff has just began.
It has been a tumultuous and difficult year with company layoffs and studio closures, which have disappointed
the Game
all of
Awards.
us. But there's also something else happening.
On YouTube.
Our industry
Twitch.
is evolving and changing. And thanks to digital distribution,
You're going to put your clown makeup on and say FF9 remake?
Finding incredible success.
I wish.
Take a look at this list from Game Discover of the top 10 best-selling new games on Steam so far this year.
Where's the hentai
Two
games,
of them
Jeff?
Are considered, big company games.
You're missing some of the other listings there, buddy.
Mid-sized teams or solo developers.
I know for a fact that some of them are up there.
And I get inspired.
Oh boy.
New ideas, new teams, and smaller creators can and will break through. It's a reminder to big companies that they have to treat their developers
right. Is that before or after the controversy?
Today, there are many paths to sustainability and success. And that's what makes this industry so great. And you'll see that reflected in the show today, because over the next 2 hours, we'll have big franchises on stage like
I heavily
Star
disagree
Wars,
with that.
Batman and Harry Potter, but also smaller titles.
I think that the thing that makes the video game industry so good is that the people that play the games, not. Isn't that the real important factor? People's ability to buy a $70 game.
Please wish list it, or even better, send it to a friend and get them
what was your
excited.
thoughts on requiring PSN for PC games?
Being someone who has a PlayStation Network account, I'm okay with it personally, but from a standpoint, it seems like an unnecessary addition. But considering if Sony is the sole proprietor, then it makes sense, I guess. What do you think?
Our first announcement.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Hey,
Lego.
Hot dog guy.
Lego hot dog.
The
I'm in.
lead and unannounced action game.
We see you as more of a sidekick.
Oh sure, I get that a lot, but check out my range. Okay.
That.
Hot dog man.
Wait.
Empathy. Oh, hilarity. This guy. Straight.
He's trying to do a Ryan Reynolds.
This anyway.
I approve. Right, that's Horizon. That's Aloy.
I gotta get me one of those. Ooh, sandwich. Sorry, gotta go.
Oh, sandwich.
That hot dog guy is Aloy, an amazing video game lead.
Right.
Went mad and is tearing through the valley.
Don't worry, I'll bring it down. This is gonna be fun.
Okay.
Right in the eye.
Fixed perspective, top down.
A lonely hero.
Lego game.
Horizon.
All by herself.
Hello.
have friends, you know.
Let's do this!
Right. A friendly hero. Hunting with her pals.
This looks like another Lego
Hey,
Star Warsy type game, but with Horizon.
what is this place?
Yeah.
Collecting
She
all
for a
the
shark, I
shiny
do.
things.
Yeah. Stud collection, yeah.
Making a home.
It's the old style of Lego game that was actually good. I don't know if this music is DMCA-able. Well, probably. Yeah. Probably. So is it just Horizon then? Because I'm not interested if that's the case.
It definitely looks like it.
That wasn't a massive...
guy.
Yeah, why is Hot Dog Guy here? But why is there a Hot Dog Guy?
It is.
What does Hot Dog Guy got to do with this?
He's not on the picture. I mean, he should be.
Yeah, it should be Horizon plus Hot Dog Guy.
There you go. Wasn't that fun? That was Lego Horizon
The
Adventures.
two people
coming
clapping.
out later this year.
I like
for
how the
PlayStation,
auto
but also
captions
day
put
one on
"Leave it to
PC
Lego."
and Nintendo Switch.
I intend to do
It's a
exactly
lighthearted
that,
story
Jeff.
inspired by
I
the world
intend
of
to leave
Horizon
it.
designed with two-player action in mind,
It looks alright if people
supporting
like
couch and online
Horizon.
co-op. All right,
Wow,
now we're gonna
couch
completely
co-op.
shift the tone
Something
to
that
the next
no one
game
does.
From Torn Banner Studios, the
Wow.
developers behind Chivalry 2.
What,
For their
people
next
actually live
project, they
close
are
enough
proud
to go to someone's
announce
house?
No More Room in Hell 2.
In this
the sequel
economy?
to the 2011 award-winning Source mod. 8 players start
Source
separate in
mod,
the dark,
alright.
and it's up to you to
No
find
more
your friends
shame.
and survive with permadeath. Here is the first look.
Okay. These auto captions might be annoying me. Might turn them off, I don't know. Heavy breathing. Okay.
Wait, it doesn't look bad.
It's another zombie game. Is this a VR game?
I don't think so. No, it's just first person.
Oh. It looks
Does
very
it say
Left 4
8
Dead,
players?
doesn't it?
It says 8 players get dropped in a world, and you have to randomly, and you have to find each other and survive.
Looks like Left 4 Dead, but Dead Islandy. Dead Island of Dead? I don't know.
Oh, there's lots of swearing.
Thrum Death.
Permadeath.
This looks good.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Because the last time I enjoyed one of these games was a very, very long time ago. Oh, that guy has no
2011?
legs. Okay. Looks good.
Yeah, so we
Coming this Halloween. Looks really, really intense.
Something
All
to
right,
pick up and
introduce our
play, I
next game,
guess?
please join me in welcoming someone who I've known for over a decade. She's been a huge fan
I
of
thought he was
some of
gonna
our
say
reveals like
Hideo-
Street Fighter
Hideo
6
Kojima.
a few years ago, and of course Final Fantasy VII Rebirth last year when she was sitting in the audience. Well, this year she's joining us on stage. We're thrilled to have her with us. Please welcome Curious Joy.
Oh my god, really? Really?
Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here at Summer Game Fest.
Interesting.
I'm here with you today to share some even more super fun trailers. So let's get straight to another world premiere. This is a highly anticipated game from a beloved
I mean, it's really
franchise.
cool that creators are getting the opportunity to host this. That's
As young
nice.
witches and wizards, we all dream of soaring through the
It's a
sky like our
sodding
favorite heroes.
Hogwarts game.
When it comes to Quidditch, we've all wondered,
Harry
do
Potter
I
game.
have what it takes
Oh boy.
to be the next Quidditch
It's
star?
Harry Potter Quidditch.
I can see the Twitter posts already.
Opponents? To keep your composure in the face of adversity. To chase your dreams at
Do you
any
want to play
price.
Quidditch on PC?
Don't know.
Seek glory for your team. No challenge is too great. No dream is too big. So ask yourself, do you have what it takes Do you have the heart of the Quidditch champion?
No, probably not. Where's the dragons? That's my question.
There's no dragons in Quidditch.
Yeah, there is. I saw that film. There was a dragon.
That's Harry Potter Quidditch Champions launching worldwide on September
Not my
3rd
cup of
for consoles
sausage.
and PC. Now we move from the Potterverse to a brand new
Potterverse.
world. It hails from a single developer, Gavin Eisenbeis, up in Seattle, who has been making games all by himself for a decade.
Okay,
His last
single
title,
dude making
Choo
games.
Choo
I can get
Charles,
behind
was
this.
a fan favorite, and he showed me this next game a few months ago, and I really wanted to debut it here. Get ready to backstab, race, or cooperate with up to 20 of your friends in Cuff Bust.
What?
Yeah. Why is...
What is going on in this game?
Did he... why is he attacking him with a spoon?
This looks like it was... It's kind of like the Lethal Company-esque kind of direction. Trying to hold the door? What is this, FNAF now? It looks like FNAF, but weird. And not scary. What is this guy? Did he just flush... Are these gremlins? What are they? That's not how you open a screw, dude.
I mean, the dude's got a teaspoon attacking people, so...
He's digging with a spoon.
Yeah.
I think I'm either on drugs or this game is on drugs. I don't know which it is. Why are they imprisoning koalas or whatever this is? What? Why is there an AA gun that shoots missiles? What?
So you escaped. Someone else stole a helicopter, so you shot them out of the
They're
sky.
smoking marijuana on a beach.
And then the helicopter lands on them.
Turns out the game was indeed on drugs.
That's all made by one person. Congratulations, Gavin. So glad to have that on stage.
I mean,
all right,
kudos to
next
him.
one of this year's most anticipated games is Star Wars Outlaws, coming out on August 30th from Ubisoft and Lucasfilm Games. The first open-world Star Wars
booing this game, sorry.
We live the life of a scoundrel. On Monday at 12 p.m. Pacific.
No, Jeff, you don't. You live the life of a poor person because you didn't buy the version of a game that has the extra storyline.
But right now, we've got an exclusive new glimpse at the game, just a small taste
open world.
What's to come.
He's lying.
Star Wars game.
He's lying.
Yeah, I say there's like those two Star Wars MMOs.
A friend needs a little something stolen.
Oh, bloody hell.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
Why is Lando Calrissian... Never mind, I'm not going to ask anymore.
Yeah.
I really don't like the main character.
I mean, no lightsabers, I don't care.
No lightsabers, I don't care. That's a good way of putting it. I just don't like their sales practice. Can you ask a 14 question? Go for it, because all we've got at the minute is cash grabs on screen, so go for it. Feel free, Orion. I will do my best to answer it. Ubisoft just know, yeah.
Moving back to smaller teams, a few weeks ago I had a chance to play through this next game, and I have to say, it is really spectacular. Neva comes from Nomada Studio, the creators of the Game Award-winning game Grease. It chronicles the story of Alba, a woman bound to a curious wolf cub. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
Okay. That's one of these types of games. Ooh, nice music though. Oh, it's Makers of Gris. Okay, there you go. Not my kind of game, but I could never be harsh to them because they look beautiful. But it's never been something I've picked up and played, you know what I mean? These sorts of games. Sadly.
Yeah.
Oh, you know there's going to be a sad story with that fox dog. You know that that's going to end badly for the fox dog thing. I don't like this game already.
Have you put it in the right folder?
How can I push my character customization from a benchmark onto the main game? You won't be able to do it that way around. You can do it the other way around, though.
Can you not?
No, you cannot. You can't take things from a benchmark that you've created and put them into the full game until Dawntrail releases. Because the
coding.
Yeah, because of how it's coded. The only thing you can do is take the retail game and put it into the benchmark, the character designs, but you can't do it the other way around yet.
If it's not a thing, you might be able to stick it in the Endwalker benchmark.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Recreate it and then push that
I think they've probably created a character in a benchmark and then wanted to have that character in a full game, but they won't be able to do that until Dawntrail comes out. It is really annoying, I know. It does suck. It's one of the limitations you see because of the way that the upgrades work. Hard to explain. But yeah, sadly not yet. Oh, we're in a desert.
They haven't upgraded the character customization in the main game to accommodate the new coding and any options.
Is this? What is this?
All for death prepare. Or on the last
Egypt?
great journey fair.
Definitely Egypt.
That's China.
Let me not then die ingloriously and without a
Risk the video game.
But let me first
That'd be good though.
Civilization.
Oh, is it a new Civ?
Each of us shall endure this world.
I love the Civ series. Last one I played was 5. Oh, it's definitely Civ. Yeah.
I haven't played Civilization. Is Gandhi still like mega aggressive?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it shall be.
So it shall be.
Hey, that's a good announcement. Sick. Oh, next year. Less sick. I'd like that this year. But...
Hello, everyone at Summer Game Fest.
Oh, wow.
On behalf of the
Bloody hell.
team, we are thrilled to finally announce that Civilization 7
the man
is
himself.
coming day and date to PC and consoles next year. I'm in awe of the amazing team that has brought us to
I
this
really hope
moment.
the netcode is better than the previous one.
You, our incredible fans around the world, for your overwhelming support of this franchise for over 30 years.
Levy says, can I ask what they do with the taxes when we sell or buy something, when we have to pay taxes? What do you mean?
Stay civilized.
Yeah.
In the game or real life?
Oh, in the game. Law reasons it's for upkeep, isn't it, or something?
Yeah, like in real life.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just a gameplay way of sinking cash. What is this game and why are the graphics so good in the CG cutscene? Oh, is this Myth of Black Sun Wukong or whatever it's called? Is it called Black Sun Wukong or something? Is that this game? I've had my eye on this.
It does look amazing.
Yeah, that's Wukong. The Monkey King. Okay.
And what? Huh? Did you just pull staff out of his
Yes.
ear?
That would be very annoying to have stored in your ear. New monk class looking good. Oh, dude, that's a new artifact. Oh, look at that. You get a head thing. Head Eastern Journey attire if you pre-order it. I mean, cool.
I'd have to see what the gameplay looks like, really, wouldn't you?
I've seen some gameplay. It was okay last time. I haven't played it myself. Oh, VR. Okay. What is this?
The best VR game ever made, apparently.
No way. Asgard's Wrath. On Meta. I'm not buying a Meta Quest.
Perhaps humans were fated to build the monoliths, reaching heaven and returning with a gift. Stardust.
What this?
But mankind was given more
it
than
looks
it
interesting.
wished for. Not progress,
Ugh,
but chaos.
I like it.
Every new height brings a terrible fall.
Okay.
And yet hope still glimmers, even in the depths of the unknown, like mayflies.
That's a
Die
snowman.
to live again.
That's that moving house.
You've lost me already.
The smallest creatures show the greatest resilience.
Nah, not interested now. As soon as you got a gun out with four other people, or three other people, I was out.
We stand together.
No, it looks like Anthem. If Anthem was more grounded, no
July
thanks.
9th, 2024.
Yeah, cool looking game, and then it's multiplayer looter shooter. Yeah, when it shows this, yeah.
Yeah.
That was exactly my thoughts. This is a advert for Games Pass, which I'm going to lower the volume on because that's definitely music we can't use. There's Batman. I am Batman.
Samsung Gaming Hub. When was that a thing?
What? That was a thing?
No console required, yeah.
Samsung
Samsung Gaming
Samsung TVs.
Only these past 2 days.
Warhammer?
Then there is much to learn.
Space Marine. It looks good though, this. Not gonna lie.
It does.
I wish I liked Warhammer more. But I do appreciate a good looking game, and that does look good from what gameplay I've seen.
All right, welcome back to Summer Game Fest. We've got some amazing developer guests joining us throughout the show, and I'm very excited to introduce our first guests. They are legendary creators who are working on a brand new fantasy RPG, Metaphor, slated to launch this October. Please welcome the director and art designer of Persona 3, 4, and 5, Katsura Hashino and Shikanori Shojiba.
Okay. I'm not a fan of the Persona series. Sorry, don't shoot me. I'm sure some people watching this are loving it though, so I'll watch and shut up.
ありがとうございます。アトラスの橋野です。今日は副島さんと一緒にこのステージに立ててとても光栄に思ってます。
Thank you, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Hashino, and I am the director of Metaphor. It is a pleasure to be here with Mr. Soejima.
このゲームはね、アーキタイプという他のゲームでいうところのジョブですね。その姿に主人公たちが変身して明日の未来のために戦うというとても熱い RPG です。
This game is an RPG in which the party members transform into their jobs, which we call archetypes. These archetypes allow you to fight against your enemies.
アーキタイプは誰もが持つ不安と向き合うことによって覚醒する力です。すべてのアートワークは力強さとオリジナリティを意識して描いています。
I don't know if it's the art style I've never liked or what about these games.
40種類以上にも
It's always been the art style.
経験を積ませると一部のアーキタイプは進化することもで
I
きます。
tried to play Persona 5 and I hated it.
Archetypes
I
are the
couldn't enjoy it at
embodiment
all.
of power
I
born
tried
from
so
the will to
desperately.
face your fears and anxieties. We gave it our all to instill each and every archetype with a feeling of strength and uniqueness in each of their designs. In total, there will be more than 40 types of archetypes available in the game. These archetypes can gain experience and even evolve. Some of them can evolve into stronger versions.
Shin Megami Tensei. I don't think I've played that, so I don't have an opinion. Sadly.
結集させて作っています。とても大きなボリュームのゲームです。
Dunno. RPGs are just for some reason I've never been gravity's never pulled me this direction for some reason.
So we are pouring all of our acquired expertise into this game to make it as exciting as possible. In fact, we've even brought our latest trailer today, which is centered around the topic of these archetypes.
Cool.
Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy it.
Let's have a look then.
It is said that we all have inherited heroic virtues deep within us.
Right. Looks like Persona.
Reality is, we oppress, we fight. A great evil flows through this land.
That's not really gameplay though, is it?
You have found a way to wield true magic. Many more protectors and followers will gather to your side. Remind people that the same powers lie dormant within them.
On guard!
You must acquire more archetypes and bring them together.
How's this? Scour! No holding back!
Now you've acquired a most
Am I wrong for asking where the gameplay is?
whose existence was only theoretical.
I think that was it.
Was that genuinely gameplay? Okay, cool.
Yeah, with all the UI.
Oh, right.
Looked a bit like.
Have those guys ever considered just making an anime? Because
yeah,
such an honor to have Hoshino
I bet
Shijima
that'd be
with
awesome
us,
as an
on
anime.
stage. Thank you guys, and for that deep look at the archetypes, such stunning visual designs. Now we're going to jump into the Arkhamverse. Batman Arkham Shadow is a MetaQuest 3 exclusive VR game coming later this year. As Batman, you face a new threat, the mysterious Rat King and his cultish devotees. Here's your first look at the story trailer for Batman Arkham Shadow.
Another Arkham game, okay. Oh, bloody MetaQuest. I'm getting really annoyed at all this metaverse crap.
New darkness overtaking Gotham.
Is anyone else really pissed off with how much they're pushing this metaverse bullshit these days? Sorry, but it's just
Casting shadows of rats on everything that was once good. Fear is their weapon.
The Rat King who's on like a drip.
Yeah.
But they're not the only ones who can use it. The Rat King will stop at nothing to destroy my city. How far will I go to destroy him?
I miss the old Batman. When Batman was cool, dude.
Oh, it's going to be terrible. It's on the MetaQuest.
Yeah, that's why I was not enthralled.
When the bat falls, the rats rise.
That is the worst symbol you could have chosen. Didn't even look like a rat.
I know.
Looked like a tree.
I am looking forward to heading back to the Arkhamverse. Now, it is time to update fans on a legendary fighting game franchise.
Wait, they're not.
And that includes me.
Are they calling it?
Because I have been a fan of this series ever since one of its first iteration and have been playing each one ever since. So, let's check it out.
I think the best thing about this so far has just been the fact that they're allowing great creators like Curious Joy to actually present some of the games. The games themselves, though, not blown away yet.
Oh yeah, VR is nowhere near ready for proper gaming.
No, not really. So this is another anime, or?
I think so, yeah.
Fatal Fury, wow. Okay. Interesting. I hear these games are enormous for fighting fans. Oh, in Street Fighter. Oh. Like a crossover thingy. Like what they did with Smash. Okay, cool. And Bison. I have no idea what's going on in this scene.
I have no idea what's going on in the whole trailer, I'll be honest with you.
Just Street Fighter things.
Yeah.
That's cool though. That's cool. There's like a DLC crossover-y thing. It's cool. 1 year after the Dragon Meteor invasion. The Dragon Meteors? The Scots rebelled. What?
Why are the dragons in Scotland?
Scotland versus dragons.
They're not dragons. They're
Tears
English.
of Metal. What is this?
Wow, the music's gone proper Scott.
Freedom against dragons.
Coming up fighting dragons.
Oh, it's one of those. Oh, it's Banner Saga, right? Looks a bit Banner Saga-y. I hear that those games are incredibly addictive, but then there's just like this third-person-y side of it as well. This looks fun.
Weird.
Very
game
weird.
Concept,
Yeah.
Where's the dragon? Is that a dragon? No.
That's a big man with boobs. He has boobs. Where did the dragons come from? I guess from a meteors, right? Stupid question. Unreal Engine. What, 5? Which one?
2.
Please tell me this isn't more Dragon Ball stuff.
Yes.
Shall I just go AFK now, or? Oh boy, this is another series of games and anime I've never understood. Sorry.
Well, to understand Dragon Ball, you need to have one thing. You have to just be able to scream for 10 minutes and do nothing.
Ah yes, that's right.
And then somehow get even more powerful. And then become a god, and then somehow become more powerful from that. That's what I got from Dragon Ball anyway.
Not my cup of tea. I know Chili loves this stuff, so he'll be all over this, but there's not many people I know close to me that talk about it very often, but this is Xenoverse 3. This is how many lighting effects can we distract you with whilst the gameplay is hidden.
Why they scream.
You get a banana around your chest piece if you buy it early.
We got your release date for Sparking Zero, October 11th. Now we step into the world of Delta Force Hawk Ops, a free-to-play tactical shooter available to play on all platforms.
Dude, the last time I played Delta Force was on the Windows XP. Or was it 95? I forget which.
We've got a new
what have they done to this series?
Operation Lightning Strike. The situation at Zero Dev
Oh boy, this looks way more complicated.
Conflicts escalating between Havoc Corps and Alsara Guard. It's time to take action. Objective.
Right.
Decode the Mandel Brick, located at the tourist sector at the southeast region. We need to utilize terrain for stealth insertion.
Okay, show some gameplay because you're turning me off. Oh, wow, that doesn't look like Delta Force anymore.
Beat us to it. We need to pick up the pace.
Clean the balcony. On your mark.
This looks like COD.
Go, go, go. Clear the area. I'm going in. Shit.
What? Oh, pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. Look how they massacred my boy.
All clear.
Why is there an alien cube?
That's all for mission briefing. The drill is over. Operation commences.
Wait, what?
Good luck.
What? That doesn't even look like Delta Force anymore, dude.
But that is not all. The game's premium campaign mode, Black
Premium.
Hawk Down,
Hold
is a
on.
reimagining
Listen
of
to
the
that.
original game.
Premium
It's also fully
campaign
licensed to
mode.
recreate moments from the award-winning Ridley Scott movie.
Premium. So that means you don't get that unless you pay more money, boys and girls. Effing BS. Okay, I'm officially booing the game. Ooh.
Extra story behind the premium package. No thanks.
Why are they burning tires?
Oh yeah, let's put like a remake of the original storyline or whatever behind. Sod off.
All units prepared for landing.
Well, they're all doing it, aren't they?
I don't like it.
I mean, even Halo, the newest, the last Halo had free multiplayer and a purchasable campaign.
Enemy vehicles coming! Vehicle under attack!
It wouldn't be so bad if it looked any good.
Wow.
Ah man, it just looks like COD.
It looks last gen, doesn't it?
It does
And
look last gen.
I have an update for you on Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. For real this time.
It does look like something that was on the PS3, though, I'm not gonna lie. Man, arcades.
We haven't been to an arcade in years.
Yeah, same. Although it was less the fighting games, more the racing games for me.
And that one Silent Hill game we put loads of money in, which was impossible.
Oh, and Time Splitters? Was it Time Splitters?
Oh.
No, it was Time Crisis. Sorry, Time Crisis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, Time Crisis ate all of my money. She has nice character design. What a large
top she has to wear.
Clothes, yeah, clothes, yeah. Become one with the game. Dolby.
Yeah.
To be fair, Dolby has come a long way, but I don't know why they're advertising Master Chief.
Halo.
Yeah, but Infinite wasn't very good.
The multiplayer's quite.
Yeah, but the game itself, like the single player.
Oh yeah, no. Whoever thought? I mean, let's be honest. Ooh, let's put Master Chief in an open world environment and have no story. I do kind of want to get an OLED, but then I'm like, well, do I really want to get an OLED?
Yeah. What's this? Battle start. Is that a sheep? What is that? A blob person? Oh. The dubstep's kind of like the only good bit. Wait, what happened to that house? I just realized why I like the music. Immediate turn off. Immediate turn off. It's League of Legends style, but with jumping platforms. Teehee.
League of Legends Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, no. That's a no. It was alright up until the top-down footage. Wait, what? What is this?
Gundams?
No. What is this? This looks good. I like me some mecha.
Gundam game.
What? Oh.
Well, yeah, probably not.
It reminds me of Zone of the Enders. I love that game. Or Armored Core, that kind of game. I still haven't played the new Armored Core. It's a travesty. I need to play it. Oh, that looks sick. What is it? Mecha Break. Right, how do I sign up for that beta? Count me in.
We're back here at Summer Game Fest, and that was a look at Mecha Break.
AC6 is so good. Yeah, I've seen some people play it. I'm desperately trying to find time to play it.
And his Blumhouse banner
I could play it this week, actually. That's a good idea.
Incredible horror films over the years.
Oh,
like
Blumhouse.
Megan and last year's Five Nights at Freddy's. Well,
FNAF movie.
now Blumhouse is entering the video game world in a big way.
Okay. That's full circle. From making adaptations of video games into movies and then back again? What is this?
Dark times await us.
Okay.
Vengeance will take shape.
What?
No. What?
What? What sort of transition was that? Excuse me?
Oh, this is a different game.
Oh.
I cannot sleep.
They're showing
I
multiple
must
games.
not sleep.
Oh, thank God.
I am terrified to sleep.
I was confused. I thought it was one game.
Scared to death to stay awake.
Don't worry, Viv. If any ghosts actually show up, I'll protect you.
I was really into that first game.
I'll save you. No
Fear of the spotlight.
Whatever that first one was.
The local police department asked me to help with a case. Why would they need a game designer?
Okay.
Should have some
Game
developer mode.
designer? The simulation.
Why are they suddenly making so many games? And why? What? How is anyone supposed to look at this and know what game is what? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I think it's a studio
I get
trailer
that.
rather than a game trailer.
I get that, but I want to wishlist the games, not the company.
They're all at the bottom. Oh, no,
Well,
that's
studios.
studios.
Yeah, compilation trailers suck because I want interest in one of those, you know?
Creative lead at Blumhouse Games.
I don't know.
Maybe they'll go a bit more into it now.
Hopefully.
Hey guys, so we got ourselves
Those are
a full
golfing
slate
pants.
there. That's incredible. So
They are.
Jason, tell us a bit about
He's just
why
off
you
the
wanna
court,
get
you know,
into
he's just
games
done like
this. What are we doing?
9 holes.
Well, we've been very, very busy. I'm
Golfing.
very happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
Sorry.
Thank you guys all. Great to hear the fans out there.
No, to be fair, what they do on the cinema side
You'll
is
all be
legendary, so
very
I
happy
can't
to know
argue.
We're working at this very minute on the sequel of Five Nights at Freddy's.
boy.
It's coming. Don't worry.
FNAF 2, I can't wait for that. The first film's really
horror
good.
Is,
I enjoyed it.
to my great relief, getting more and more popular. Our movies are working. It's working on streaming. It's working in live events. And we wanted to try and take our approach to movies and apply it to games.
Doesn't work
and
that way.
That's what you see here. We're going to do independent games. We're going to look for creators and give them a platform and encourage these creators.
The direction from games to film is easier than films to game.
Effed up, scariest things
You've seen that in adaptations.
And put them into really cool games.
It's really hard to make a good, compelling game.
They look great.
From
it's a
that
really
perspective.
Diverse, cool slate. Luis, tell us a bit about. We saw a bunch of
That's
games.
why
that work. Can you
tie-ins
tell us
don't
about
work.
Kind of the overall lineup of games.
Well,
Like, look at the
as you
Lord
just
of
saw
the Rings
from our
games.
slate,
Awful.
Our horror
For the
games
most part.
are a lot like Blumhouse movies. They come in many different flavors of fear, which means there's a horror game for everyone. So maybe you're a fan of nostalgic 90s experiences with a bit of a twist, intense first-person shooters.
That's a good point,
Or maybe,
Mod
Jeff,
Coffee.
you just
The,
want some
the
bonus
audience is
murder
completely
in your
different,
otherwise
isn't
very
it?
cozy
Yeah.
farming sim. I think, we as horror fans, we know that there are so many different subgenres.
I genuinely thought it was one game where you were like Stardew Valleying and suddenly zombies ripped your face off and then you were teleported to like a third person Resident Evil game. I want that now because it was weird.
Really hard to
But
work
it
with
wasn't a
global,
game, so.
creative, talented partners.
I'm sad.
And that means for us that we,
Fran, you're into horror games.
really
What do you
want
think
to-
about this?
as we're working in indie projects,
Is Fran even
which
still
means
there?
that we can take risks.
Yeah,
we
I'd
can be
imagine so.
flexible, and really we can push the
Oh,
limits.
she says
of
the
what's possible in
Telltale
scary
Walking Dead is a really
storytelling.
good game.
We're so excited.
Yeah,
Cool.
no, it looks awesome. All the stuff you have there, and I know, we'll get into when games are coming out, but some of these are coming soon. Jason, right? We got a good slate.
Well,
of
yeah,
stuff.
we're on PC and console, and yeah, we wanted to start with not just one, but we wanted to start with a few games. So you want to tell us about those?
Yeah, so Fear the
Okay.
Spotlight is our first release coming later this year.
Fear the
and it really hits our
Spotlight.
mission statement. It's an amazing 90s horror experience. It's got great characters, a compelling narrative. It's also super creepy. And I think people will be big fans of it, even if you're not normally into horror. And quickly, actually, Fear the Spotlight is getting its first trailer as part of the Day of the Dev showcase, so stay tuned after the show.
Directly after. Awesome. Well, I know this is just the start, so we'll probably be seeing you in future years with more from Blumhouse Games. But guys, what do you think of the slate? Pretty amazing, right? What these guys are pulling on. Jason, Luis, thanks so much for being here on Summer Game. Thank you, guys.
Isn't that part of his shoe, that
And
red
now
thing?
here's the world premiere of a brand new Power Rangers game
Oh, for
with
God's
a retro
sake.
feel.
Really? Power
Wow.
Rangers. Oh, no.
Retro arcade.
I know for a fact that the Power Rangers theme is DMCA, so we're muting it. I'm sorry. I know for a fact that it gets flagged.
Yeah.
So that's... Oh, it looks not great. Oh. Oh, no.
Oh, wow, that looks
Oh,
awful.
no. Oh, no. Just imagine the Power Rangers theme in your head. I guess. But we're not in this era anymore. Guys, come on. No.
Why are you shooting on a roller coaster?
I don't mind 8-bit kind of or 16-bit graphics, right? I love old games. But this is what you're going to do with a Power Rangers license? No. No, I'm not interested in that. Not at all.
Dear God.
Something else, please? Anything they used for Charlie Murder? Sort of slide maps? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a dead thing! What's the thing? Why is it dead? It doesn't look... It's got a big head. Why has it got a big head? Don't kidnap the deer!
Oh, is it in a backpack?
There's got to be a law against this. We'll just throw it over.
Well, it was in your backpack a minute ago.
Maybe she's like... gonna grow up and have some venison or something, I don't know. What? Did deer sneeze? I'm gonna have to Google that in a minute. Oh no, it's an evil pig?
Oh, I think we're in technical term.
I suppose it's supposed to be like a cutesy game, which is cool.
Wait, how is the deer so much bigger, but he's the same size?
And now we've gone this direction.
Is that the same deer?
I don't know.
Oh, no, there he is.
Is this Ori and the Sacred Deer? Deer and boy. Oh my god, you couldn't make it up. Deer
Why
and
is the boy
boy.
the same? I mean, how quick does that deer grow?
Deer and Boy, which comes from first-time developer Jason Houdet in Paris, who
Deer
started
and
that
boy.
project
The next,
alone
you know, the
in
sequel is going to be Boar and Man.
helping him realize his vision with financial aid from the
Dog and
French
girl.
government.
Dog
And
and
games
girl.
like that are why we do this show, giving first-time developers a chance to show you what they're working on. All right, next, after
Frog
a
and
long
Toddler.
wait, Kingdom
In
Come
stores now.
Deliverance 2 is arriving later this year.
Frog
This
and
is a
Todd.
first-person
Yeah, Frog and
overworld
Todd, yeah.
action RPG from Warhorse Studios. Here is a brand new
Okay.
look.
Kingdom Come. Oh yeah, this. Okay, I played the first one. I had to try and remember what game this was. Wasn't this the one set in like Poland or something? I forget where it was set. It was really good. It was hard though. I sucked at this game. You can't approach it like any other type of game like this.
Right in the bowls.
It's good though. Really good.
These two young fellas, I need to find them.
It's very
a smart
gritty.
ass Smith, and the other's a blue-blooded fledgling.
You behave like a spoilt brat. How dare you speak?
Gentlemen, praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
Our Father.
This looks
there are
good.
many sinners in this world.
Oh yeah, there's always a lot of sex in this
In the
game.
end, we all face your judgment.
You'd like it.
For what we should have done,
What?
but lacked
I know
the
what you're like.
courage to do.
The last time I ran away, I lost everything. I'm never gonna run from that fucker again.
Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
Oh, this is a must play, I'm afraid.
To the task!
The first game's amazing. I never finished it, but it was good. Hard though.
Come on! To the task!
To the fucking task.
That looks good. Warhorse.
Yeah.
You can't really go wrong. I'll be honest.
Next, we step into the dark mind
Also
of
Deep
Silent Hill
Silver,
creator
you know?
Keiichiro Toyama-san. Back
Dead
in
Island.
2021, we announced his new game, Slitterhead, at the Game Awards, and now we're giving you a look at the gameplay from his independent, Tokyo-based studio.
Okay. Slitterhead. Is that what it's called? Slitterhead. Slitter. Okay, lots of surprisingly large amounts of horror games. I'm surprised by this. Or thrillers or something? I don't know. I guess that's what's hot these days.
Yeah.
That's a bag of rubbish.
What is it though? Was that dude? That's a dude in a bin.
But no eye. Something about this makes me. It reminds me of another game, and I can't quite tell what it is. That looks a bit Ghostwire-y. Like Ghost. Oh wow, you're like a parasite.
What on earth's going on now?
I don't know. Tentacles.
What?
That's the mantis, isn't it?
Yeah. Turn into a zombie?
It's Ruby.
In flip-flops.
Yeah. What? What is going on? Oh. What?
Right, so you're playing as the person who...
No, you're playing as a parasite.
Fighting against the monster.
Yeah.
Did he just reattach his arm?
Yeah. You're a bit behind my stream, I think.
Yeah.
You can become a dog.
Well, that's you, Sultan.
Yeah, as long as you can pet yourself. That's all that matters. What is that?
Interesting.
That's
a bean.
It's Grand Theft Bean? Max Payne? What? What is...
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because
Killer
I'm good
Bean.
at what I do. Really.
What?
What the...
Really?
It's now super hot. It's Grand Theft Max Payne super hot.
Good.
With beans.
I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency.
With Hitman.
An international organization powerful enough to shape the world. Until
And-
they lied to me and tried to kill me.
Bean Max.
Something else,
Now,
yeah.
I'm gonna destroy them.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency. Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die.
What?
Now what's going on?
I don't know. This is a fever dream. Now he's Neo.
Great.
Now there's zombie beans?
Now there's artillery from a battleship.
Now there's a samurai bean?
They made me who I am.
Metal
and
Gear
I will
bean?
Make them pay for it.
It is actually Metal Gear Bean.
It was.
Killer Bean.
Glad you liked that one. That was Killer Bean,
What?
a third-person roguelike shooter made by another
I kinda
want
wanna play it.
developer, believe it or not, right here in Los Angeles. Jeff Liu, who
Looks
previously
good.
worked as an animator
In a
on movies
weird
like The Matrix
way.
Reloaded.
Oh, you
So
worked
fun.
on The
It's
Matrix
amazing what can happen in
Reloaded?
this
That's
industry. All
why.
right, to introduce their brand new game, please welcome from the Game
Oh my
Bakers, a
God.
small independent studio in Montpellier, France, Audrey Leprince and Emmerich Toa.
Hello, Jeff, everyone. I'm very happy to be here.
That's a lot of
When we
buttons.
created our studio, Emmerich and I, we promised each other to always come up with something new. So after Fury
Who needs 10
and
buttons
Haven,
on their shirt?
we're here to introduce our new game.
He does.
Cairn, a
Clearly.
survival climber.
She's a prince.
When I was a teenager, my dad
prince.
prepared an expedition to Mount K2, but half of his team didn't come back. And I've always wondered, why do alpinists risk their lives in such extreme conditions? This is something we wanted to explore in Cairn.
Oh dear.
Cairn is a game about what it takes to go beyond your limits.
I couldn't quite understand
You
the
climb a
pronunciation
mountain to reach
until
a
I
summit
realised you
never
said
reached before.
alpinists.
And the
I thought
climbing
she said
gameplay is a
pianists.
challenge.
I genuinely thought she said
not-
pianists. Why so many pianists lost their lives? So I was like, I don't know, maybe Rush B was that? I don't know.
She was not talking about the
It's
bean
not
game.
for cutscenes.
Oh,
It's the
sorry.
actual climbing gameplay. You can see more later
Alpinists. Is that what they're called? Alpinists.
Now let's have a look.
I never knew that. I thought it was just mountaineerers. You know, the real word. Mountaineerists. Mountainmans. I know there was a film about a guy cutting his leg off with a fork or something, right?
What?
He got stuck in a rock. There was a big film about him.
mean,
It's-
like,
you
cut
get
your
like
arm
stuck
off
in
with
a
a
rock.
spoon.
Yeah, that was it. The spoon arm. Yeah, that was it. Not leg. I think somebody else cut their leg off, didn't they? Was she talking about the bean game? Maybe.
Okay, this is bad for me.
Yeah,
I'm not
21
climbing.
weeks later or something.
I would not be climbing barefoot.
For a start, why did she not slam into the side of the rock? That tent
Why is
location.
everything- Oh, wow.
Is this like only up, but for mountaineerists? Alpinists. But how does the gameplay work? Do you control the legs like in QWOP? Or are we talking you just push upwards on the analog stick? That's my question.
Yeah.
Do you control the limbs?
Well, one leg per analog stick.
Yeah. So you need like 2 controllers so you can control the arms as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Sorry. My road. Stanley Parable, okay.
I'm not meant to be here. I'm a fighter. I'm meant to be in the arena, in combat. But instead, I'm out here in the middle of the woods.
Is that what it said?
Running a
Quadrata,
tea shop.
funded by the European Union.
What does running a tea shop involve?
Oh, why?
There's a lot of gardening. And I've had to get used to the pretty unique tea machine they've got here. None of these tasks.
This looks like Disney, whatever it's called.
No, I'm not really the
What's it called, Fran? Disney
but I'm surviving.
thing.
Of course I have to.
Disney, please give me more money for the DLCs.
And once that's done, I'll usually check in with Boro, the guy who owns the shop, to see if my help is needed anywhere.
Dreamlight Valley, there we go.
And when all the chores are done, sometimes I'll just sit on a bench and do absolutely nothing.
Great gameplay.
It's not fighting, but it's peaceful. And what's weird,
It looks
is that
fun.
I actually feel
If you're into that kind of
good.
thing, I guess.
I'm happy.
She's
I can stop
complaining that
running
she's
now.
not fighting people.
I can
Yeah.
stop. I can stop. I can stop running. This is good for me. I need to enjoy this. I feel good. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy.
What's going on with this character? She got bloodlust. Vanderstop. Oh. Okay.
That was Wonderstop, the announcement of the next game from Davey Redden, the creator of the Stanley Parable. I sense
It looks nothing like Dreamlight Valley, says Fran. You know what I mean? Like the graphics.
All right, now here's a look at the story trailer for Unknown 9 Awakening, a narrative action-adventure game that tells the story of Haruna, a young woman born with the ability to venture into the fold, a dimension that overlaps our own.
I don't want to make a pun about venturing into folds, but I'm tempted.
And focus on your shade.
Sorry.
Do you feel it?
Folding into a new dimension.
I do.
That's not the folds I was thinking of.
Impressive lately, Haruna. These are incredible. They called themselves the Sahin.
Okay.
9 among them were chosen.
Aliens.
And shielded from death.
It's Crystal Skull.
Does this have anything to do with why Vincent is here?
Humanity has lived for eons.
Oh my God,
at the mercy
Orion.
of the 9. It's time we took control of our own destiny.
Love it. So what is this then? The premise?
It's a narrative game, apparently.
Kill someone I loved.
Like going into the folds of time?
Remember
Or?
stepping. Find your
Oh,
target and
possession.
You don't belong here.
You're wrong.
Wasn't there a game
This is
called
exactly where I'm
Second
meant to
Sight that was like this? Back in the day? With like telekinesis and stuff?
Yeah.
That was a really good game. Really good game. I think it was called Second Sight.
Fold is a strange place.
Vincent found something down there.
Oh no, don't make them. Don't. I know what you're going to say. He's like, you never know what you're going to find inside your folds, bro.
Together. I finally have something. Something that I want to protect.
On Santa Stories. Nice.
Adventure starts.
Cool.
Oh, next week.
Mm-hmm. It's the second one, isn't it? Capcom. 75% off Monster Hunter Rise. Good game. World, even better game. Resi 4, 25% off. Street Fighter, 50% off. That's good. Cool. What's that? He's got a big jawline.
It's Zorro.
Is it?
No. What is this music? It's so weird.
It's cool.
It is.
Okay. Is this a Souls-like, or what is this?
Feel honored to fight a legend.
What am I thinking about Monster Hunter Wilds? That it needs to come out sooner rather than later, because I like the look of it. Oh yeah, the PS2 game. Yeah, it had telekinesis and like mind control and stuff. Yeah. Second Sight. If you want to treat yourself to an old game on the PS2, go back to Second Sight, I think it's called. So good.
Oh, they didn't even birth
By sooner, Ryan, I mean like after the Savage Week comes out. Okay, this looks different. Aren't they Spanish? Like soldier uniforms?
I'm sorry, did he just rip his face off and then put it on his own face?
No idea. There's a talking face. That's cool. Yeah, Conquistador. Ooh.
All right, we're back here live for more Summer Game Fest. The First Descendant, powered by Unreal Engine 5, is a next-gen looter shooter
I'm out.
with dynamic cooperative gameplay, including a grappling hook mechanic. It is
I don't care what engine it's on.
We're very
Fuck.
happy here. to
I swore then. Go away with these games.
Of the release date.
No more stupid looter shooter, team-based, Anthem-esque, live service garbage fires. And I can't... Why are they playing that music on this? Come on. Oh my god. I'm so done with these games, dude. I'm sick and tired of them. That cutscene looks amazing, right? Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
But this cooperative looter shooter garbage again.
And why do they all have to be sci-fi? At least do one like medieval one or something.
Oh, a medieval looter shooter.
Yeah, you know, with muskets.
I guess. But even, I think was Anthem the last one I got burned by? No, it's just an example of one that I can definitely say was the worst that I've ever played. Destiny was the last one I played. Destiny 2, and I hated it. Sorry. I do not like Destiny 2 at all. It's awful in my opinion. We tried to play it. We really did.
Why is there a woman in water? What's that got to do with it?
Yeah, but it won't look like this. This is a great trailer. Don't get me wrong. They know how to sell. I can't play the audio because of the music, but cool bunny outfit. Yay. That's cool, actually. But the gameplay isn't going to look like this, dude. She's in the water looking for loot. Oversaturated market. Absolutely. It's because what the kids are playing these days, isn't it? That's all they matter. The only metric that matters.
I mean, great cutscene. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, great cutscene. Where's the game?
Well, the game's just going to be like a 2D.
Oh, it'll be like that transition.
That looks
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
The First Descendant will be available across PlayStation, Xbox, and
It's a
Steam.
top-down
Wishlisted
pixelated
now and
looter
prepare for
shooter.
the release on July 2nd. And now, please welcome two developers whose hit indie game, Among Us, took the world by storm.
Where was
at a
the loot
couple
in the
Game
trailer?
Awards.
Underwater, clearly.
From Inner Sloth, here are Victoria Tran and Forrest Willard.
Cool. Nice jumper.
What?
What's up, gamers?
The jumper. He's wearing a jumper.
Can you believe they just
He's not wearing a
let us
jumper.
be on this
Isn't it?
stage? Like no chaperones.
It's
Can
cardigan.
we announce something totally fake?
Have you heard of a short
Think they'll let
sleeve
us do
jumper?
that?
Among Us 2, Among Us 3.
It's a cardigan,
Four.
isn't it?
Oh, all right. Well,
It's a t-shirt.
turns out we actually
not.
have something very real we wanted to present to you all today. There's been so many great indie
It's
games
free?
in recent years, but
Cool.
it's also been no secret that it's kind of a rough time in the industry.
Hey,
Some
Levy.
devs don't really get the chance they deserve, so we thought we could help out a little bit. That's why we're excited to announce our side project, Outer Sloth.
Yeah,
An indie
2nd
game
July,
fund
apparently,
we
that will
made
actually
that
the show comes out.
offers the kind of deals we would have wanted
Rip that
back
game.
in our less popular Among
Yeah.
Me days.
This is our way of saying thank you to our crewmates, players, peers, by helping some
Oh,
games
is this
and devs
the
have the
devs
funding
behind,
and freedom needed to ship their games.
Sea of
And then we
Thieves?
all get to play them, which
Or
was
is
the
that
real
a different
plan.
game?
I really want games. Outer Sloth is our passion project and dream for a better, more sustainable
Among
industry.
Us?
We are really excited and incredibly nervous to reveal it here and show you the current lineup of games we've managed to fund because of you. And don't worry, Jeff, it has your favorite, a ton of world premieres. Enjoy!
World premiere.
Hi, I'm Ian from Shapeshot, and you may already be playing our first game, Mars First Logistics.
Okay.
We're Trinket Studios, creators of Battle Chef Brigade, and this is our card battler RPG, Battle Suit Aces.
We are Studio Any%, and we're making the Marsfield Archives, a game about building and exploring connections.
Hi, we're Midnight Munches. We just released a demo for one-button bosses, or boss rush game, with a single button to press and a ton of bosses to beat.
Hey, I'm Husband, game director at Huscrofts, and this is Rogue Eclipse, our epic spaceflight action roguelike, where you'll have to customize and master your starfighter, take on merciless armadas, and vanquish a fleet of colossal super destroyers.
It's a cool idea.
And we do have one more game that's very early in development.
Hi, I'm Eka, creative director of Outer Loop Games, makers of Thirsty Suitors and Falcon Age. In our new game, explore the world in an upgradable mech and cook up tasty dishes
Not
for
interested.
local communities. Fight off corpos, discover new Dosa recipes, and reunite with your strange loved ones for one last meal. Project Dosa is a game about life, death, love, and food for the soul.
Pass. Sadly. I think there's one game I like there. I think I was more interested in the Mars game than anything because
Thanks,
it's like a
Victoria
science
and
project. It's
Those
quite cool.
all look fantastic, and I cannot
Mars
wait to play
and
them.
the,
But all of
Outer
those
Space one.
amazing indie games aren't the only thing coming out of Inner Sloth.
Yes, it did look very happy
Did you
to be
know that
speaking
there's
about
going
the
to be an
game.
Among Us TV show? Sounds like you did. Yes, there's going to be
What?
an Among Us TV show.
What?
Check out this sneak
Why?
peek.
What's the need? CBN, and I just Elijah Wood. What? What's Elijah doing?
It's got Phil Lamar in it, whoever that is.
Up next, we have Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Oh boy.
A definitive greatest hit collection of 3D and 2D levels from Sonic and Shadow's
I
history.
hear this is going to be
Now
quite.
it's time for a
quite
glimpse
the
of
seller.
Shadow's brand new powers and gameplay from a standalone campaign, as well as the official release date announcement.
Because it's a remake, isn't it? But they've added Shadow, basically. Ooh, when was the last time I played a Sonic game? Oh boy. A long time ago, man. It's cool for people who like this, I guess.
I think the last one I played was on like the Mega Drive or whatever. No, Mega Drive.
Probably.
Yeah, Sega Mega Drive. I think it's the last one I played.
I know Fran likes Sonic Adventure 2 and all that lot. GameCube games, things like that. Dunno.
I'll overcome every obstacle with this power.
Alright, calm down, Shadow. Chill out. Growing wings. Sega.
The Year of Shadow, right? A movie coming in December too. Exciting stuff. All right.
There's a movie?
In the upcoming online
The Shadow?
survival
Oh, there
game
isn't
Dune
there?
Awakening from Funcom, there is one small decision that unleashed a chain of events which set the stage
Is the Dune
for the story
game
the player
supposed to
will
be good?
experience. Let's find out for the first time what that is.
The only peace I find is a future that never happened.
Is it actually going to be any good, though? That's the question.
One where I, Paul Atreides, was never born. I created the future. Until it created me.
I think so, yeah.
But I see a narrow way. A path that might have been. What if my mother had obeyed her orders and given birth to a girl? Everything would change. Dr. Yue exposed before his betrayal. A world where my father lives. House Atreides surviving the Battle of Arrakeen. Sardaukar deployed to protect the spice melange. A war of assassins spreading across the planet.
It's meant to be an MMO? Oh.
Exterminated. No Muad'Dib. No Lisan al-Gaib. No Kwisatz Haderach. All of my visions lead to horror. Except for this one. This one leads to you.
Okay. Well, no gameplay or... Nope. No gameplay.
More Dune Awakening coming at Gamescom O&L in August. Now it is time to see the announcement of another new game from a brand new development studio.
All right, please let it be good. No gameplay.
To tell us more about Battle Aces and show you the gameplay, here's David Kim from Uncapped Games.
Thanks, Jeff. So Battle Aces is the RTS game for
for
everyone.
God's sake.
It's for players that are brand new to RTS.
How is
as
that
well
trailer
as RTS
anything like
We really want to bring the core fun of RTS to everybody. Kind of like how
I don't
games
think my
such
mic's been
as
working for like the
World
last
of
5
Warcraft did
minutes.
for MMOs,
Yeah,
or
what
Hearthstone
have you
did
been
for card
saying?
games. So
Nothing.
Battle Aces is an action-packed
Nvidia
army
broadcasting
versus
as
army
usual.
game
Yeah.
that has a high emphasis on the
How
strategy.
is this
We want
anything
to
like...
bring this type of very specific RTS fun to players.
See, I like
in two
StarCraft,
major ways.
okay? StarCraft
First,
was what I
we want
was
to
brought up
amplify
on.
both the
So I
in-
get
and
it.
out-of-game strategizing
Yeah, I get
through
it,
unit decks.
but-
And what makes unit decks very cool is not only will players be able to define the exact way that they wish to play, but also players will be able to experience an endless possibility of strategies. Second, we want to eliminate the tedious clicks required to play an RTS
Don't like the art
as much
style.
as possible, so that players playing this game are experiencing only the fun
Wait,
parts
we
of
want...
playing
No,
an
no, no, no,
RTS
no, hold
game.
on. He's just said we want to
if you want to
basically
learn
take
more
away the
about
annoying bit
Battle
of...
Aces, or if
Hold
you
on
want
a
to
minute. The
sign up
whole
for
idea
our
behind an
beta test that's
RTS is
coming up very soon,
micromanagement. That's
then
why they call it
please,
micro.
make sure to visit
The
our
whole
website
fun
at
of advanced play is learning how to shortcut things and micromanage.
Thank you, David. Donovan.
You want to turn it into a one-button RTS?
Our
I'm
next
out.
premiere unveils the exciting new destination for a game
Wow,
that shadow
that's,
dropped at the Game Awards
I'm
last
boring
year.
as hell.
The
That
finals, with its
annoys me.
unparalleled destruction wrapped in the world's most deadly game show. Now, after dozens of updates in 2 seasons, we're unveiling.
If we're
where
approaching
contestants
that
will be
with the
going in
RTS
all-new
audience in
season
mind, that's
starting
bad.
Next week on June 13th.
Yeah.
Sharpen your katanas and welcome to season 3 of the finals.
Oh, the finals. I played that. It was alright. The premise is it's basically PUBG in arena with a game show. It's just very...
Didn't you play it with Para?
No, I played it with Reese, and it was just it was actually half decent, but it wasn't enough to keep me interested. It's just another bloody
Battle Royale.
Overwatch Battle Royale kind of. Just no. Did you miss anything? Nope. Pass. Like Civ 7 probably was the only thing that was interesting, and we didn't even get gameplay.
Multiple Game Awards winner and a dazzling Game Awards performer, if I do say so myself, Sam Lake from Remedy.
I think that's enough. Thank you. Hi. You see, this is now the only way they let me come on stage to tell you something exciting news about Alan Wake 2. Many of you have been posting your Remedy game collection pictures on your shelves with Alan Wake 2 so far digital only, sadly missing. Well, we are excited to announce physical deluxe editions and physical collector's editions for Alan Wake 2 coming this fall. You can lock in your copy starting tomorrow. Next, we promised you some expansion content for Alan Wake 2, right? I'm thrilled to introduce you all to Night Springs. It contains 3 episodes with 3 familiar, fan-favorite, playable characters in mysterious, terrifying, and quirky what-if scenarios. It was a chance for us to really go out there, as if we already didn't. Night Springs will be playable in less than 24 hours. Tomorrow. Thank you. Now, with this world premiere, I invite you to step into Night Springs.
You play these games?
Night Springs. No. A special place, a shifting space, existing in a countless number of parallel realities.
I know that dude from Doctor Who.
Different every time we set upon the road that leads us there. And yet, always familiar to us. In Night Springs.
I'm in danger. Please, my #1 fan. You're the only one who can save me.
And I will come back for you, my love.
And cut. Sean, I'm really happy.
This is gonna get strange.
I was the only one who could save the writer and the very soul of literature.
Is that the bird from Control?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's part of the same universe, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're on Epic. Yeah, they're on Epic Games. I got the first Alan Wake remaster or whatever it was on there.
I play Control. That was a good game.
Deep rabbit hole goes in Night Springs.
I've got it. I haven't finished it though.
No, I never finished it. I got most. I think I got 3/4 of the way through.
Amazon Games.
Amazon Games.
Come to these mythical shores.
Oh, it's
Mastery
New World.
over death itself.
I think.
A cruel and beautiful paradise where primal forces clash.
Looks like it.
Over the island's deepest secrets, where ancient mysteries awaken, where heroes are forged, and
It crashes and started for you. Yeah, it's not very optimized, is it? Always seems to be a little bit weird when I play it. I've only played a bit of it, mind you. Not played a lot of it. Okay.
That's right. New World Eternum will launch on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on October 15th. And now you can play the game
Was he
start
gonna
to
say
finish
New
as a solo
Worm?
player or play co-op and use crossplay as well. If you're watching SGF on TikTok Live right now, you can
Why would you
comment
watch it on
HSR in the chat to claim a special
Ugh.
in-game bundle for Honkai Star Rail of Stellar Jade from TikTok
the
Game
hell?
Rewards. And speaking of Honkai Star Rail,
Honkai
Hoyoverse's
Star
latest
Rail.
space fantasy RPG just concluded its version 2.3 special
One MMO is
program
enough,
a
and that's
few hours
14.
ago. But
I
there's
agree.
more. A sneak peek at the upcoming expedition featuring a beloved character who is clearly ready for the forthcoming journey with her brand new look.
I don't get the Hoyoverse of it, and every time I tried to play Genshin, I was worried how much money I was spending on the game, so I had to stop playing it.
I mean, you could always just not spend money.
You could, but the game itself, it tempts you too much. I couldn't play it. It's the first and only time I've ever had that feeling, and I refuse to play it again because of it. Like, I don't have that kind of like addiction thing in any game, but when I played Genshin, I couldn't stop myself, so I had to stop. And I refuse to play any of their other games because the gacha element is too addictive. Don't put me anywhere near them. Yeah, I agree with you. I honestly think a lot of the games that I am interested in from this so far have been games that do not seem to have gameplay shown, or they're too early to have gameplay. And the stuff that I have seen with gameplay has massively turned me off for the most part. Or something has like a CG intro and then suddenly it pans to like a top-down League of Legends-esque, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? She's cute. See, that's how it starts, and then the credit card comes out.
I mean, she doesn't have cat ears, so I'm surprised
Iron
she
Mace.
like
Not everyone has to have cat ears, James. They can be added later. What's this?
My dad plays a
Dark and darker? I thought this was already out.
Didn't we play this?
No, we played a game similar to this.
Oh. Because that was absolutely awful.
Yeah, we had a bad time with the other game, didn't we?
Yeah. It looked basically the same.
Yeah, it was based on this. I thought this game was already out though.
Expansion.
Yeah, FOMO is a real thing in the Hoyoverse stuff, I agree. Like when they drop a new banner with a cool looking character and you're like, oh no, I have to pull for this. Well, I learned the hard way of not to play any more of those games because I was watching somebody who got donated 1,200 euros to try and pull a banner and they still didn't get a character. 1,200 euros and they still didn't get a character from the banner. So, yeah. Glad that wasn't me.
Oh, there's the dragon from earlier.
Oh, there's the dragon from earlier.
I'm sure we
There you
played
have it, the unforgiving fantasy FPS dungeon PvPvE adventure, Dark and Darker, is now live on both Steam and Epic Games Store today. So play it this weekend. All right.
Oh,
Lots
did we
of
play
fans
a beta?
are joining us here in person at the YouTube
Yeah, I think I
Theater.
played
We
the beta
thank you for
version.
that.
Maybe
Ahead
it's
of the
better
show,
now, I don't know.
4 lucky fans were upgraded to our VIP section thanks to the
we lasted
Discover
about 5
Orange
seconds
Ticket
before we got absolutely
upgrade.
slaughtered.
With Discover, you don't have to be a VIP to be treated like one. All right, now here's the announcement of the release date for Capcom's upcoming Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess.
Path of the Goddess, right? That's a kaleidoscope. What's that say? Ooh, what's this? The first game that's made me go, oh, never mind.
That was, oh no.
Yeah, the realization kicked in.
Are you watching on Twitch or YouTube?
YouTube.
Sorry, how are you ahead of me?
YouTube Live. This looks really good, says Mr. Ramo. Does it? Cool. You wonder if they'll announce Blue Protocol today. Chances are 0. Did you hear about them shutting down the plans for the Korean version? Oh boy, it's gonna be if we get an NA version, it'll be a miracle. Things are not good in the Blue Protocol world on the Japanese servers. People are just simply not happy. Such a shame though, because that game rules from what little I got to play of it. What is this?
I don't know, but it looks terrible.
In your opinion?
Oh yeah, in my opinion.
Okay. Hyperlight Breaker. Never heard of it. Cool.
It's not out.
What?
Want to be friends?
Is this Gang Beasts but with dogs? Fran, you want to play this weird dog game?
Oh, there's a crocodile and a dinosaur.
I'll play this weird dog game.
It's a panda. Is that a mole?
Fran says no. You're a cutie little corgi, don't you know? I like the music. I am a fluffy little kitty, don't you know?
Just punch the unicorn off the submarine.
They added cats, so I have to play it now.
What, wasn't the panda enough?
No.
It's got Mario Kart.
Yeah, that looks cool, actually.
What?
Why does that look like something from the 90s?
It looks like a 90s villain.
So we wanted to take this time to dispel any of these completely unfounded rumors and allegations.
Animal
and
Party,
reassure
okay.
you that things here at M-Corp and the city of San Amsterdam have never been better. Things are going great here. We have absolutely nothing to hide from the citizens. Everybody here at M-Corp loves this town.
What's M-Corp?
We think this town rules.
It's a joke.
Why would we
And why
have
is
a
it
town
not
that
M-Core?
rules?
Why are they
I can't stop
pronouncing the
thinking
P?
about how you're saying we're selling
'Cause
the
it's a
city for
joke.
scraps.
Oh.
That makes me sick. That makes my whole family sick to their stomachs. My wife hasn't been on the toilet for weeks because of what you're saying about what M-Corp's doing to this town, all those lies. Everyone at M-Corp is really good.
Stop crying, all right? This is business. Look around, pal. This is how businesses are run. Now, you should have known that when you were hired on, okay? Jack, tissues. Come on, pal. Ah! Come on, faster. Let's get those
This is like a Devolver skit.
That's not about this. That's a father and son. That's actually a home issue. We love it here at MCorp, and we are not going anywhere. We'll be here a long time. Fine. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Just...
All right, welcome back to Summer Game Fest, and now let's head to Sam Vansterdam for a new look at Skate from EA.
Was that an advert for an actual company?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, bud?
I don't know.
Oh, crap. Some really bad stuff's happening out there. They're gonna need a lot of help cleaning that up. That's bad.
What a transition.
Skate.
It's Tony Hawk's?
That was... It's the version.
Okay.
Wait, that was just the first part of Skate. Interesting.
Oh, I need to lower the volume because of the DMCA-able music. Okay. Skate. Console playtesting. All right.
Very exciting that people will finally be able to play Skate on console in the near future.
Okay.
Our next world premiere is an indie sensation from Japan that is adorable, deadly, and has over 25 million players worldwide.
Huh?
That's right, I'm talking about
Power
World.
Okay, finally things are looking up.
Cheer up, buddy. It's Summer Game Fest. Now, here's the first
This
major
was a good
update
game,
announcement.
but it fell off a
whole
bit.
new island is coming.
A new island? Oh. Oh, okay. Fran, reinstall the game. Sakurajima. Whoa, that looks cool. Oh, cool. New subspecies. A raid. An oil rig? What? I still like the fact that they're beating Pokemon at their own game with these sorts of things. That looks good. I don't know about the different kind of mons though. There wasn't announced many.
I was high on the Steam charts. Congrats to Power World on the new update. Next up, we've got a big announcement from Valorant. Here's Andy Ho and Anar Gilfison from the Valorant dev team. Guys,
you played Valorant before?
No, I really don't want
Thanks,
to.
Jeff. Hey, everyone.
Yeah, it's not my
Since
cup of
2020,
sausage
we have
either,
been
really.
fortunate to serve players in their pursuit of what we call
It's another one of
the
them
Valorant moment.
games that I don't play.
plays
I saw you,
and
by the
make
way, James, you were playing Counter-Strike the other day. What is wrong with you?
Live Wide to play.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
And today,
I was like, James's dark side coming out here?
let's take a look.
I couldn't believe it when I saw it popped up on the screen. I'm like, what?
Yeah. I died a lot.
So Valorant is the sort of game that makes me fall asleep. Not even gonna lie, it genuinely does. It ticks none of the boxes in my brain, not even one. There are very few games on this planet that I don't just go, oh, I like that from this game, or that from this game. I don't think Valorant has a single thing that I even have any interest in. Graphic style, no. Gameplay, no. Gunplay.
The only FPS game I actually play is Halo.
Just it feels like they miss every single mark with this game. I don't know why.
It seems popular enough. I don't know
The character design is awful. Seems a bit unoriginal, you know? Maybe it's just me getting old, I don't know. It's probably just me, I'm sorry. It just doesn't
I don't think we're the demographic these days.
No. It just looks a bit samey. Like, none of these characters go, oh, cool, I want to play as man with gun A or woman with hoop B. You know? Even the truck looked crap, you know?
Yeah, I don't get the games where you like have roles.
Well, like Overwatch.
Yeah, I don't get them.
I understand that, but it's the execution.
That was Valorant's core tactical gameplay. Everything you just saw was captured on console and with a controller.
What do you mean, CB?
Valorant is coming to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S this year. Our limited beta starts June 14th, and you can sign up right now.
I think he's thinking your videos you put on YouTube are usually really positive.
We are so excited for your input to make sure that Valorant plays great on
I don't
console.
script my
And
videos.
we hope to see you soon in the limited beta. But before we go, here's the head of Valorant Studio.
I don't know if
Anna
that was a dig or not. I don't know. No idea.
Thanks, guys. Hey, everyone. One of my favorite things about Valorant has been seeing the community build the game and the sport right along with us.
I don't think
For the
I'm being
last 4 years,
negative.
we
I'm
have
being
been on the
realistic.
most
If you want me to
amazing
lie
journey,
about the types of games I like and dislike, then it's not going to happen.
where I'm currently a
If a
Valorant
game looks
Masters, one of
not
our
great,
largest
then I'm
global
going to be like,
tournaments
it's not
and
great,
community celebration.
in my opinion.
Seeing the community evolve as new players bring their
IMO.
passion and expression to Valorant has been
IMO.
the biggest joy
Always
of the ride
IMO.
so far.
Mm.
And now we are ready and so excited to welcome a whole new group of players onto new platforms. We hope you'll join us, and we can't wait to see where you take us next.
Just the like looter shooters, I really think they've been overdone. I find it hard to find any benefit for a looter shooter. I really don't like the idea of just the same type of game re-released but worse. You know what I mean? I don't see it personally, just in my opinion. But if you like these games, that's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. You already know the style of game I like anyway. It begins with F, and ends in Y.
And it has lots of cat ears.
No.
Oh.
So is this an advert for their esports thing?
Yeah. I would imagine so, yeah.
Ah. I presume this is like some copyrighted music or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't know. No idea.
Apparently the esport's quite big though, isn't it?
Good. I'm glad it's big. I'm glad. I really am glad that it's big.
Although,
like I say, it's just something that might be amazing, but it just doesn't.
I've never really got the esports for FPS games.
I have, but I've never been enthralled by it. It's the sort of thing I'd watch, you know what I mean?
I mean, I'd rather watch like the StarCraft one because that's like interesting.
Yeah, RTS PvP is amazing.
Our next announcement is a big deal from
In my
our friends
opinion,
at
I guess.
DoorDash. 5 weeks
Yeah.
of deals with Summer of Dash
DoorDash,
Pass.
what?
Sign up for Dash Pass now for $0 delivery fees and get 50% off your next DoorDash order. Now,
We're
here in the
selling
audience, we've
food.
got a guy who is normally
I think there's only
co-streaming
15
our
minutes
shows,
left.
Young, who is also
Jeff's
an
trying to
amazing
make
voice
some
actor.
who's been in
winners.
winners.
Countless games such as Like a Dragon and God of War Ragnarok.
Cool.
Well, next week, Young is going to be voicing a character in a movie, Inside Out 2, where he plays a fictional video game character, Lance Slashblade. And we've got your
That's a name, isn't
exclusive
it?
First look. Check this out.
Lance Slashblade.
Welcome
to your eternal fate.
Lance Slashblade? But he's a video game character. Why is he here?
Yeah, I always thought Riley had a secret crush on him.
I never saw the appeal.
I long to be a hero, but darkness haunts my past.
Darkness.
I'm 100%. We were all banished here, deemed unfit, worthless.
Don't you dare say that. You do not deserve to be thrown away.
1 second, Lance.
Are they still doing these
Do you remember
movies?
his power move?
Apparently so.
Interesting.
Did you watch the first one?
I did. It's very confusing. It was actually not a bad movie, the first one.
But I am a warrior.
But I didn't understand what I was watching. It was good.
You must make your curse your gift.
It definitely is
Shield
Cloud,
yourself, my
yeah.
friends, for I shall set you all free.
And Metroid.
The #1 gaming monitor brand in the U.S.,
What?
Samsung, just released
Samsung, all of a sudden,
24 monitors for gaming
Samsung
working
is just like
Scan the
photo
QR code now
bombing.
to get up to $300 Samsung credit when you purchase
Come on,
through
Jeff.
June
Come
17,
on, dude.
plus a chance to win $5,000
Don't start selling us
Samsung credit for
TVs,
US
please.
Yeah, we're gaming monitors.
Oh, it's looking up now. We got a chicken.
Look at all of you cooped up watching video game announcements. And yes, Chicken does look a lot like Ken Jeong. And today, Chicken is excited to share a new game that Chicken
What?
and Chicken's buddies
This
are
is
in
the guy from
called Squad Busters. You fight
The
monsters,
Hangover.
collect lots of shiny things, and Chicken has
I'm
a
pretty sure
big
it is,
role.
right?
That's all that matters. And here is our big ad. Squad up. I mean, cock-a-doodle-doo! Cock-a-doodle-doo!
What is going on?
What's going on?
Who are you?
Look at your phone.
Oh,
I'm the chicken.
How is that?
We're here to make your life more fun.
I drink right out of the carton.
I don't think you know the definition of fun.
Come on, get up. I am
What
butt
the
naked
hell
from the
is-
waist down, so...
Get out of the f***ing bed, dude.
Get out of the bed.
Tell me about
I'm
yourself.
sorry, was that four?
That was, yeah. That was Helmsworth, wasn't it? Hemsworth.
Because
Your sword play, tell me about your sword play.
He is a bridge.
How the hell did they get him in this?
Money.
Also, I pillaged a few villages. I'm not a
I
lawyer.
pillaged a few villages.
qualified to be an accountant, so... Which is why you'll have the job.
Congratulations. What's the parking like?
There's more where that came from.
Oh, I hope not. Guys, maybe everything isn't a squad activity.
Yeah, just relax your bowels.
Okay then. Good song. Bit DMCA-able though.
Yeah.
Hey, look at these clowns.
You call this a squad?
Pasta. Jinx.
Jinx.
Jinx. Jinx. No, you Jinx. You supposed to be a lumberjack?
Bloody music's back again. Get rid of the music. Why is mobile just... I don't know, James, I don't know anymore. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm overly negative, but mobile games, put them in the bin, please.
Yeah, I mean, the amount they spent on this advert, you know it's got to be massively paid to win this game.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Do you want me to shut the door or?
Fucking music, stop. Oh my god. Can you stop using this song?
All right, please join me in welcoming to the SGF stage Monster
Hideo
Hunter
Kojima?
series
No.
producer,
Ooh, Monster
Mr.
Hunter.
Ryozo Tujimoto.
Are we actually gonna get Wilds footage?
thank you,
Nice.
今日はですね、モンスター
Time to
ハンタ
wake
ー
up. This is gonna be
ワイル
good.
ズの最新の映像を持ってまいりました。今回ですね、はですね、後半にですね、完全
the
新
company
規
that
で
make Clash
今
of
回
Clans.
初お披露目、大型のモンスターも出てきてますので、
Wilds,
そち
though,
ら
I
も注
am
目していただきた
very
いと思いま
excited
す。
for.
Thank you, Jeff. Hello, everyone. We've prepared a very special trailer today for Summer Game Fest. I want everyone to be on the lookout for a very mysterious large monster near the end of the trailer, as it's an important monster within the game.
はい、本作ではですね、没入感とアクション、
I'm
こちらの
excited
融
for
合
this,
を目
dude.
指して開発を進めております。モンスターハンターワイルズは2025年にプレイ
We
ス
need
テ
to
ーシ
get
ョ
you
ン
to play a Monster Hunter game, James.
Xbox シリーズ XS
You'd love it.
そして PC で同時発売となります。
Multiplayer, you know?
また、
Yeah.
今回は
I
です
think it's on my
ね、
list
プラットフォームの
of
垣
games
根を
I
越えて
probably
一緒に
play
遊
at some
ぶこ
point
と
in the
がで
next
きます
50
ので、
years.
そちらも楽しんでいただけたらと思っています。
Yeah, Monster Hunter
As
is
you'll
awesome.
see, we're working to deliver a gaming experience that merges immersion and action. I hope players look forward to playing with their friends
The last
across
trailer
different
was
platforms
crazy.
when the game launches
But we do need more
simultaneously in
gameplay,
2025 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC.
はい、最後になりますが、8月に行われるゲームズコンのオープニングナイトライブ、こちらの方でも新しい映像を持っていきますので、皆さん楽しみにしていただけたらと思っております。またですね、ゲームズコンではですね、初のプレイヤブルのできるような形で出展も考えておりますので、そちらもぜひ楽しみにしていただけたらと思っています。
Lastly, there will be a new trailer for Monster Hunter Wilds at Opening Night Live at Gamescom in August. And our first public hands-on
They need to do
playable
another
demo of
crossover
Monster
with
Hunter Wilds
14.
will also debut at
With
Gamescom.
Wilds.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please. I loved the last one. Alright, let's watch the trailer. Looking for new monsters. Let's see what we got.
Over there!
Okay.
Why are you here?
You can't do this alone!
We need to shake them off! Follow me! Yeah! Here it comes!
Gameplay?
There's too many of them!
Okay.
Watch out for that glove!
Very heavily story-based gameplay.
Cover me!
Curious.
Be careful! Be ready! If we can make it to the rocks, we may lose them!
No, not the bub.
As I feared, it picked up our scent.
I'll handle it. You find someplace safe.
Thank you.
What is that? This music's gorgeous.
It is actually quite good, yeah.
Don't worry, the hunter is here. Just watch. You'll see what hunting is all about.
Nice.
Thank you, Ryosa-san. We will see you at Gamescom
Looks
in
good.
August.
I hoped it
now,
was
during
more,
last
though.
year's PlayStation Showcase, the game Phantom Blade Zero from S
Oh,
Game
this is the
wowed
game
us
I
all
said
with
last
its
year that I
blazing
liked
fast
the look
combat
of.
and stylish art.
If
Well,
Fran
I'm honored to
remembers.
share with you the brand new trailer for the game featuring all real gameplay. Here's
Yes,
our final
now
game
we're
of
on
the
to
show,
get
Phantom Blade
the final
Zero.
game of the show, and it's one I wanted to look at. Okay, good. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one, yeah. This looks quite good.
How many days do I have left? 42 or 41.
My cup of tea.
The face of this is here!
Don't go up there. Turn back.
Oh my god, they hung a horse. Yeah, Souls-like. Love it. What is this music?
Yes, very weird choice.
Yeah. Oh. Yes. I want to play it. I don't need to see any more. I want to play it. Oh my god. Exploding guy. I love this sort of game because it reminds me of Tenchu or Ninja Gaiden.
Which reminds me, I've got to play that again.
You do? I need to see you play through it.
That's break out my PS4.
Oh, hands-on experience at Gamescom in Cologne. Ooh. That's it.
So
Pat the bags.
Full
We're going to
demo that Meoni will be
Gamescom.
playing this weekend, so you'll hear much more about that. And that's going to do it for our Summer Game Fest live show.
Is
Thanks
that
to
it,
Joy
Jeff?
for joining us.
Thank you, Jeff. I had such an amazing time. Happy Summer Game Fest, everyone.
Thanks, Joy. And we have so much more, so stay tuned because Day of the Devs is coming up live right now on the stream, featuring an hour of indie game reveals, including the next game from Cappy, and that's followed by Devolver
Cappy.
Direct. Now keep checking summergamefest.com for other event streams this weekend, and we'll see you again live this August 20th in Germany for Gamescom Opening Night Live. Thanks for
Gamescom,
watching,
though.
everyone. Remember, Day of the Devs starts right now.
Cool. So, thoughts, opinions. What were your takes from that, James?
That wasn't really much for me in that one, I'll be honest.
No? Not your cup of tea? No, nothing that went, wow, look at that? No?
Not really, no.
I think a lot of people...
Monster Hunter looked good.
Yeah, like
From a little
Monster Hunter looked really good. The trailer wasn't too bad, but I wish it was more.
The last game looked alright.
Yeah, I don't know what the music choice was for that, but...
Yeah, it's just weird.
But the Monster Hunter would look great.
Yeah. Most of it was just like, I have no idea what's going on in this.
That's a good thing, though. But yeah, a lot of games were not really sailing the same direction as me, I'm afraid. I can understand people who like it and people who are looking forward to Metaphor and things like that. I'm sure they're happy to see more of the gameplay or whatever of that, or lack thereof, right? But not really my thing. There's too many looter shooters again, too much FPS stuff for my liking. I like a good FPS game, but it's an oversaturated market with not enough original ideas poking out of it. So it didn't really do me any favors personally. I don't know what chat thought, but apart from Monster Hunter, maybe Civ. And
You didn't really
but we
see
didn't
anything
see
from
Civ. We just had like, there's a new Civ game, and that's cool. But the trailer was non-existent, really. And then the last game looked alright, but I need to see more of it. And yeah, apart from that, I wasn't greatly, I don't know why they're doing and the Bean game. Sorry, Killer Bean. This game.
Oh, for
I don't know why I like this. I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency. It's just a bean. But yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the weirder things.
There wasn't a lot that rang out to me in a big way. And I don't know what they've done to Delta Force, but I'd rather not talk about it. Oh, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Sorry, yeah. I forgot all about that. That game looks sick, as usual. It's a must-play. But apart from that, Summer Game Fest was a bit of a Summer Snore Fest for me. Sorry. But Phantom Blade was the only game that got you a bit excited? Yeah, I can see that. Can anyone explain the new planet exploration feature in 14? No idea. No one knows.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was even a thing.
Yeah. But yeah, that was Summer Game Fest, so that was our little reaction to that. I know some people weren't that interested in it either, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, so honestly, I think that's probably where we're going to wrap up.
Oh, you forgot about Power World update.
No, the Power World update, yeah. I I was expecting something else. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Just anything, really. I don't know. Maybe it was foolish for us to expect things like, you know, Final Fantasy Tactics or 9 or any utterings from... I mean, Square Enix was sorely missed from that, in my opinion. There was no Enix games.
Probably at Gamescom, right?
Yeah, but we didn't even get, like, the Mana game showcased again, you know? So I don't know. There wasn't a single Square Enix game there, which was really sad, in my opinion. Because that would have probably lifted it up a little bit. It always does, right? So, yeah. Enjoyed you two chatting more than the games. So thanks for the stream more. Thank you so much. I know James's audio repeats a bit because his NVIDIA broadcast doesn't work properly. So it occasionally just cuts out and repeats. So, but yeah. No expectations about gameplay after 10 years of 14. That sounds weird to me to say is neutral after that much experience of 14 gameplay development design philosophy. Why exactly? I'm confused.
Well, that was really late. Is that from like 2 hours ago?
No. This is from the planet exploration feature when I said I have no expectations because no one knows anything about it. And someone saying, sorry, Yukari Sona says, no expectations about gameplay after 10 years of Final Fantasy 14. That sounds weird to me to say he's neutral after that much experience of 14 gameplay development and design philosophy. Why exactly? Mostly because they haven't... What kind of thing should I expect? James, I can hear myself twice. Please sort it out.
Sorry. That's me getting too close to the thing while I'm typing.
So, let me elaborate. Final Fantasy 14, in 10 years of game design that I have experienced, 10 plus years, has always kept its most interesting things as an experimental sort of, you don't know what you're going to get until you get it. Like with Island Sanctuary, we didn't really know what we were going to get until we got it, right? We had an idea maybe of what it contained because it's an island and it's a sanctuary, the clue is in the name. Cosmic exploration, is that exploring the stars? They've show crafters and gatherers on the picture, so is it a restoration project? Is it some kind of what expectations am I supposed to draw that from, you know? We have like one picture of like a moon crater now. I don't know. Spaceship building and exploring. Maybe.
I mean, there's been lots of speculation, haven't there?
I mean, I could speculate. I could say that it could be a thing where you explore different planets, but then again, how are they going to do different planets? They're not going to be like randomly generated places, are they? They're going to be like instance places, so maybe...
It's got restoration on the moon.
Maybe like gated storyline progression to each planet or something, and resources have to be gathered. This is why I'm saying like it's very hard for me to have any expectations or understanding, because when you think about cosmic exploration in the context of how our game works, the only thing you can draw from is Diadem and instances and how they work, an Island Sanctuary, right? And then you're like, well, with that context in mind, how will that work? How could you know what I mean? I don't get it. I'm excited for whatever it is, though, don't get me wrong, but I don't see how anybody can have any idea of what that could entail at all. That's the thing as well with the next 10 years of Final Fantasy 14. Like, the storyline is almost impossible to predict, other than we know it's not going to be an adventure in the sun and sea, right? There's going to be something that tilts away from that, turns into a greater threat, and then sets up the pace for the next 10 years, which is a good thing, but no one can predict what that's going to be. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can have a guess, but there's no way you're going to get it right. You know, it could go any direction. After the first expansion in this 10-year saga, we can. And it's the same with like a lot of the content, you know. the only thing we now know of is like the field instance is the Bermuda Triangle set on an island, essentially, where ships go missing. So that's exciting. But there hasn't really been that much context given for it, and I think they're deliberately not giving context for it, which is cool. And I'd rather be completely in the dark about something like that for the first time. Meoni, what are you doing? Wrapping up a stream, Royal Arcana. How are you? Bean game was game of the show. Yeah, I agree.
Assassin Bean.
Game of the Bean.
Oh, I really was going to make a stupid joke.
I bet you were. You has been. And on that bean shell.
Do you reckon there's like a flick attack in the bean game?
Oh. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. Before we start thinking about that too much. I keep thinking back to that joke about the folds. You know, it's annoying. But yeah, thank you so much for watching today. I will be back tomorrow. I'm thinking in my head. I should be back tomorrow. We'll see. Tentatively. And then we'll actually play some games. We'll actually do something as opposed to just talking about the media tour. So that was kind of like people's opportunity to ask questions about that. And then we looked at Summer Game Fest, which was... It was alright. It was meh, yeah. A bit meh. Yeah, it's alright.
There's a few games.
There's a couple. Like 3 games, maybe. But yeah, I will send Twitch people over to someone else. Thank you so much for watching on YouTube. I appreciate it. I know this has been a bit of a guff stream, but it's the first one back after, you know, my hiatus from basically going to Germany and editing for hours upon hours and hours and the rest of it. So I hope it's not been too bad. But we'll be back to our sort of normal weekly streams of 14 and things like that. So thank you so much. Right, James, you want to say anything?
Bye.
All right, bye. Have a good one, everyone. We'll see you all next time. Bye bye.